centered on optimal designs for automated weather stations and early warning systems, a critical area in GLOF risk reduction. So, for this session, we have Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member NDMA, sir, will um, co chair the session, and we also have um, our member and HOD, sir, who will be chairing the session. Rizvi, sir, will join us shortly. He's on his way. This panel will feature Shri Vinay Kumar and Shri Anis Satyan from CDAC, who will discuss the design and integration of early warning systems, especially in high risk regions. Their insights will focus on technical aspects of creating and deploying automated weather stations that can monitor glacial conditions in real time. We also will hear from Mr. Christian Caster from GeoPrevent Switzerland and Mr. Christoph Hemming from Geotest Switzerland, who will share the global best practices from Europe, offering a comparative look at automated weather stations and early warning systems with a focus on disaster risk mitigation in mountain regions. So I request chair, co-chair and all the panelists of the session to kindly take your seats on the stage, please.
One folder is there. Pen drive USB. Yes, why? Any other port is there or only one port is there? This setting is not there.
Only one port. This is connected to something.
Yes, this one.
Anyway, I'll copy it there.
Yeah.
Let's start the program.
There's a folder
This is the one.
NDMA. Today's date, 24. Sorry, 12, 11, like that. A folder is there. Copy that folder. In that, my presentation. CDAC Anish and CDAC Vinay. Two presentations are there.
Take it. I'll just
Yeah. Yes.
So start. Internet is working. Everything's fine. So can you just upload my? Yeah. Thank you. So
अंजलि
very
वत्स सर का पीपीटी प्लीज स्टार्ट कर दो.
so very good morning to all of you. Warm welcome, and I hope you are well rested. You know, yesterday we had a long day. The session went quite late, so thank you for your interest and in your enthusiasm for the subject. Several very complex presentations. We went deep into the subject, various requirements, early warning, and mitigation. And some of these issues will be discussed further today. We are going further into the early warning and the automated weather stations. And the next session is on GLOF mitigation. So we will continue with the technical discussion today. At the end of the day, we hope to have the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister here, and he will deliver the valedictory address. So it's a very, very important discussion as we are preparing for the state level programs. I just thought the chair generally does not make any presentation, but I just thought that I would make a very short presentation, just capturing some of the key issues and perhaps suggesting to the states how to go about developing the mitigation program. Please come. Thank you. Thank you. So, this is a very, 5, 6 slide presentation, which I will try to capture the key issues. So first, of course, we need to understand GLOF better, and there are sudden high magnitude floods, but the processes are underlying processes are going on for quite some time. We are releasing a huge amount of water from glacial lakes, causing flash floods, inundation, and massive damage. We know the process of climate change is at work. And they are causing the glacier melts, and this is contributing to the expansion of glacial lakes. Sorry, Saran. Like, no problem. The expansion of glacial lakes. So, and that would also exacerbate the risk of the GLOF events. And finally, the Himalayan region is getting very much affected by the GLOF events. We have seen it in 2013, now 2023, in Uttarakhand and Sikkim respectively. The next one. Okay, thank you. So what do we need? When we look at it as a system, when we look at the whole GLOF monitoring and mitigation system, one, of course, that we need to have good early warning systems across the Himalayas, which means that we are able to monitor it on a real time basis, for which we need satellite images and ground based sensors both. So both, I think yesterday in the evening there was a late discussion on the availability of satellite images, but both of them are extremely important. So when we are looking at the early warning system, we need to approach it two ways. Second, we also need to have localized alert system. We can do anything, but we are not, if we are not able to issue the alert at the local level, we are not able to alert the community. These are not very helpful. And third, we should have a centralized data platform, which NDMA is developing. Hopefully, we will expand it further. We will collect the data coming from different sources, different agencies. The data would be publicly accessible, and all of them, researchers, governments, institutions, will be able to access the data very well. So this is about setting up the early warning systems for monitoring and surveillance. Extremely important. That, and this is what we have been doing with the help of CWC, NRSC, and all the other institutions, that we conduct the regular surveys, conduct systematic assessments of glacial lakes, so that we get more information on the size of the lakes, how they are increasing, how the volume of water is increasing, and what are the surrounding conditions of moraine and other embankments, so that we understand the vulnerability of the lake better. Satellite monitoring is very important. You didn't talk about informatory yesterday. So today. Okay. So, yeah. So we need to have a lot of remote sensing images, so that we understand the structure and of the moraines and the glacier conditions, and then ground based sensors, very important. So we need to have large number of ground based sensors, and this is one area which requires a significant investment, significant innovation, a lot of technology. So we definitely need to develop an ecosystem of startups, so that we we have a large number of sensors across the Himalayas. Then community preparedness and response. We also talked about it yesterday. we need to educate the local communities about GLOF risks. We need to have a lot of evacuation drills. ITBP was present here yesterday. They talked about how they evacuated the people, NDRF, ITBP, all of them. The people actually working in the upper reaches, they need to conduct the evacuation drills on a regular basis. And finally, we should have emergency communications. Tista is a river that flows through the mountains. Uh, it's prone not just to the GLOF, it's also prone to flash floods. So all the rivers which are flowing through the mountain system should have emergency communications along the course of the river so that the downstream communities can be alerted. And there is no reason, there is not much of investment that requires. They say you no, it took 2 hours for the water to flow, but 2 hours, you can alert almost everyone with the help of the modern communication. You cannot say 2 hours is a short time today. Even half an hour is a good time to alert all the people which are downstream. The real issue is that you should have the systems, and it requires such a small investment to set up a river-wide communication system through which all the downstream villages, cities, communities, they could be alerted. So emergency communications is a very, very important part of the uh, GLOF monitoring. And then we come to the mitigation. And here maybe we will discuss today a little more on the mitigation. There are various engineering solutions to mitigate GLOF risks. And we need to study these engineering solutions. They apply depending upon the terrain topography and the situation of the glacial lakes. So spillways and drainage channels, they are, we recommend constructing spillways so that, we can regulate the lake overflow. Barriers and check dams, where we are talking of retention dams, so, we create the physical barriers to stabilize lake perimeters. And finally, the siphoning of the lakes so that we can reduce the volume of the lakes. So these are the engineering. This is what, this is called active management of the glacial lakes. Wonderful presentation from Kazakhstan yesterday. And then we come to the non-structural measures, which is passive kind of management of the glacial lakes, where we are talking of the regulatory frameworks, where we should enact rules, regulations for responsible land use. We should not encourage indiscriminate development around the glacial watersheds so that we reduce the GLOF risks. Community-based management empower the local communities to participate in the monitoring of glacial lakes. These are in upper reaches, upper terrains, and unless the communities are made aware of the risks and how to monitor the glacial lakes, we would not have widespread awareness. And finally, the interstate collaboration, extremely, extremely important. And this workshop today here is a great example of interstate collaboration. We have set up the coder, and we need to have a regular exchange of all the experiences and lessons so that we keep learning about that. And not just interstate collaboration, they should also extend to the collaboration with all the neighboring countries which are working in this area. So that's one. And third, that we also need to collaborate at the international level. There are great examples from Europe, Switzerland, and Latin America, and this. So all the sharing is very, very helpful in advancing the agenda of the glacier mitigation. So this is what generally overall we discussed yesterday. And this is the kind of I'm just trying to sum it up in these short slides. And now we will have the all the panelists who I and Safiji. I will request Safiji to introduce them.
So I'll quickly introduce the panelists and then I'll request our CEO, Mr. Rajender Singh, to give us a few words of encouragement and perspective. So again, 2 words if you feel like it's a We are all family, sir. To introduce our four panelists, we have Mr. Christian Kuster from GeoPrevent in Switzerland. They come here from on the aegis of the SDC, the full form of which I still don't know. And then we have Mr. Christoph Hemming from GeoTest. So these are two partner agencies of SDC who have been working with us for several years now, and they have their role is so interesting that apart from the kind of skill and professional knowledge they brought to us, they told us exactly how technology of the newest kind can be brought in and used at the ground level. So it was exceptional contribution from them, and we will always be grateful to them. On our right, we have two very senior officers from the CDAC, which is the electronics boss of India's public sector. And we have Shri Binay Kumar, who's Associate Director of CDAC. And we have Shri Anish Satyan, who is scientist at CDAC, a senior scientist. Now, the general design of this discussion, like yesterday we were discussing with the international participants, so we got, universal reprimand from them for focusing only on presentations and not on discussions. So, in light of that, we had organized these two sessions. And these are, if you can see on the program, they're mentioned as discussions, not as panels. So, in this discussion, we will start with a short presentation by the SDC stakeholders. The discussion is on optimal designs for automated weather and water monitoring stations and early warning systems. So, the idea is for the states to figure out and for the central agencies that are present here to figure out what is the technology available, what are the Swiss suggesting, what is CDAC discovered in all their visits to the lakes over the years, their experience in 2016-17 at South Lonak, and the current project that they are doing by which they are building an indigenous early warning system. So this is more of a discussion. It will be kicked off with this 10-slide presentation, and then we will have an open discussion between the four participants. If you need boxing gloves, they are available. Now RC.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. I have to leave little early because there is a meeting in the parliament ministers. Meeting is there, so I have to go there, and all the DGs and election ministry is there, so I have to go there. But I'll be back by 11 because the meeting is starting at 11, and that will be at 12 o'clock. But before Principal Secretary to Honorable PM. Secretary Nishaji comes, I hope that I will be back because morning I checked up with the Dr. Saab staff and he said he will start at 12:30, 12:45 and he will have by 1 o'clock. And most of the thing is already covered by Krishna Bazi's presentations. Everything was into committee. Okay, ma'am. Everything the committee preparedness, how the committee evacuations. Today when we say that we have zero activity in the cyclones, why it is done because the committee that the system is working so well. The evacuations that has been done. 10 lakhs to 12 lakhs people has been evacuated during unfound people joined done cyclone just a few days back. This is how we have to train ourselves, how to go about it. And the more and more we interact with the interstate, to state, and we're sharing the best practices, and how to educate our community, how to maintain, how the community has to be told how to maintain the glacier lake. And that's our responsibility. As soon as it happened, the one state somebody was put and villages have gone and they have destroyed the living system. Should not happen. So we have to educate people. And finally, the things comes to the bylaws, building bylaws or infrastructure bylaws in that area. I think it is very, very important. It should not happen to any people going states governments are going, central government are going, without studying, without realizing what the damage is going to face in your future. We should not start constructions and other things. So we have to follow these principles and I think hopefully in coming years, because the Principal Secretary PM, if he is coming here, he understands the need and importance of this subject. So, all the best to you, and I think and we find some solution. We'll come up with the some solutions within the state from the international agency, and we have to share with everybody. Thank you very much.
Now over to you.
Thank you. Session 6. A warm good morning also from my side. Thank you very much for the kind invitation that we can be here, share our knowledge. I think there's a long working relationship we do have, and it's my great pleasure to give you some insights in early warning monitoring projects we do all around the world. With the short time given, I will just try to focus as much as I can within a short time. I heard some confusion yesterday about monitoring and early warning. What is the difference? I think I would like to start to distinguish these two systems because it is very important to understand what a monitoring system can do and what it cannot do, and what, on the other hand, an early warning system is designed to be. So on these slides, you see just bullet pointed some terms. So for monitoring systems, there is like a long-term study to understand the hazard. However, the alarm system really on time wants to detect the event. That's a huge difference in between the system. Also building it, we have to build it completely different. So for a monitoring system, it has a long-lasting design, and as I said, it should improve the process understanding at the glacial lakes, the slopes there, the landslides, avalanches. We need to understand properly what is going on, also the climate that is done with the monitoring system. And it's a periodic measurement, so we don't have real-time data. So it is, for instance, daily data are transmitted to decision makers. And there is no automatic alarm triggered. We have regular transmissions. However, an alert system is much more sophisticated. We have real-time data transmission. We have redundancy, permanent data transmission. So it is much more enhanced. And what we installed just now in Sikkim, that is a monitoring station. Also last year at South Lonak Lake, that was no early warning system. It was a monitoring system operational. And next step in Sikkim, that is actually the EWS we are planning now with all the process understanding we gain from the monitoring. We can optimize it, the EWS, even more. That's the station built up 2 weeks ago at South Lonak Lake. We are very proud it is working properly at the moment, sending data to decision makers daily. So we get a weather station there, measuring all weather parameters. We have 2 cameras in place monitoring the slopes. It is very active, still there after the GLOF. Landslides happen, rockfall is happening, permafrost is probably also melting, dead ice at the frontal moraine. So we can monitor the situation there, the dynamics at this specific glacial lake there with this sophisticated monitoring station. We also installed 2 pressure probes. That is an add-on to this station, also at Shakocho Lake. So with a sensor inside the lake, we can constantly measure fluctuation of the water level. And even a message can be triggered if a certain threshold is reached. In our case, if the lake level drops by 20 centimeters, a message will be sent to decision makers to their mobile phones, and then they can check the situation. It is not an alarm, it's not an EWS, but it is important information for decision makers to see the hazard potential at this specific lake. That's what we are monitoring by camera. So visually, we can see the situation at the outlet. Is it closed? Is it open? What is happening with the dead ice? That is very important information to see the hazard level at this lake. And also we have a wide-angle camera to monitor the glacier and other unstable slopes, including that slope that has been that collapsed last year. That's how it looks like. So daily images coming from the lake to the decision makers, and they can check the situation there daily. Weather data, the usual parameters are on a platform. They can be filtered up to the likes of the decision makers. That's a pressure probe. So it's a system well tested also at Swiss glacial lakes. They measure in bar the water level, and we can calculate together with this weather station because we have to compensate the air pressure. So it can be directly calculated, and we get a lake level in the end. So that's how it looks like. So the blue line, in fact, that's the water level at the moment, very constant. And the temperature are the greenish and orange line. That's how the alarm is sent to decision makers. It's not an alarm. It is not an alarm. It is a warning message, an information. So to check the data portal, there should be an SOP behind. So in case the lake level drops, what should be done? There are various reasons. So it doesn't mean like the lake level really drops. Can also be the sensor moved, or so we really have to analyze what happened in that specific case. Now, phase 2, EWS. You see on this graph rough design. Now we plan to EWS in Sikkim, northern Sikkim, with different ground-based sensors. You see even a satellite flying on the top. So satellite remote sensing, INSAR analysis, we think are very crucial, not for alarming, but really to monitor the situation there at these unstable slopes, these moraines. We can have very nice results with INSAR analysis. What makes it optimal design as the name of this session? So we try to make it, on one hand, future-looking. So we look at the whole catchment. There are not only 2 lakes there are several lakes. And if we place the sensors at smart places, the ground sensors, we can actually catch many lakes. So that's what we call like optimal design, looking at the catchment, several lakes, but also we have a cascade of natural hazards. So meaning a smart EWS is not only for GLOF, but should also combine debris flow and other future hazards. That's also what we try to combine with the sensors if you have a trigger line, for instance, so we can also get an alarm from debris flows. So this all are combined now in this graph, in this design, with ground-based stations at several specific spots. Optimal design, but also needs cost efficiency. It has to be economical bearable. We have to really spend an amount that is bearable, and therefore you can make like a Rolls Royce or like a cheaper system, and we really try to place sensors there where only needed. with some redundancy, but you always can add more, huh? But it has to be cost efficient. And talking about optimal design, it also means you have to make it social acceptable. And that's very important also, especially in Sikkim, these lakes are sacred. So the local people must stand behind it. They also are responsible also for maintenance. They need to, they're recipients of the alarming. They need to understand the alarm. So they have to be included, and there has to be a SOP behind it in case an alarm is triggered. So what are the next steps? Who is doing what? When? Everything has to be organized and also with mock-drills. That's what we call optimal EWS, and we try to implement it here in Sikkim. I'm not more going into the details. I finish my few slides just with an example from Switzerland. You see here on this graph a touristic spot in the Bernese Alps, Lenk. Very close to the glacier lake is this village, and you see this Plenmort glacier on the top that forms every year about 2 million cubic meters, and it drains almost every year spontaneously. And there we also installed monitoring, but also alarming system. So we use their pressure probes and gauging stations, and in the proximity of the village also a retention basin. So structural measures, I think they are always smartly combined with the EWS to reduce the risk. You see here how it looks like. This station, you see on the top right this graph, that's the lake level. You see how it grows the lake, and all of a sudden you see that spontaneous drop. And we capture this drop with the station and can trigger an alarm immediately to decision makers. In that case, there is a camping ground, there's a restaurant, there are many infrastructure. So local authorities, they evacuate immediately. So far, we really could reduce the damage significantly with this system. We have redundancy with this gauging radar you also see here, so we can really enhance the system, get a redundant, well-functioning system using different kind of sensors. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent overview of the technology that you have been using. So we'll now hand over the mic to Dr. Binay and his team. That what are your comments? What are your questions? And how do we take this forward?
Do you see any difference in the way the configuration is done or the trajectory of configuration in future?
Thank you, sir. The early warning system, what just Mr.
Closer to the mic.
the early warning system, what Mr. Christoph has just presented, is in line in what which we had developed a decade ago. Earlier, we had a long time monitoring using the satellite images, the complete repository of images, the time series change detection analysis, and then we had the water level sensors installed in the glacial lakes, which were recording the live data. However, due to the transmission limitation, we were transmitting data every half an hour. And the water level sensor data were configured in such a manner that in case of a drop of 5 to 10 centimeters in subsequent readings, the data was compared with the previous half an hour data. And if a threat was detected, immediately the alarm was sounded and the simulation model started automatically running, providing the downstream scenario. However, that time we had the limitation, and we are not the authorized agencies who can sound the alert. So it was restricted to provide a alert to the local authorities who can further alert the downstream situation scenario.
Currently, for the long-term monitoring, automatic weather stations are good. They will provide the information of the weather conditions, the health of the glacier, and the temperature, precipitation conditions like that. However, if we have to have a complete early warning system in our hand, then it should not be limited only to the automatic weather stations. The water level sensors are a second component. The cameras which have been installed, they are providing the time series every day the images of the lakes. Then we require to have the downstream sensors which can transmit the alert in case of any leakage breaching. Because sometimes it might be possible due to the difference in water level conditions or the temperature conditions or some other activities. The water level sensors or the cameras may not be able to transmit the data. In that case, the downstream, the radar-based sensors can immediately transmit the data to the local authorities, and after the proper analysis, the alert can be sounded. But the only limitation what I see in the Himalayan region is the data transmission, because there are no GSM or RF connectivity. We cannot transmit data. We have to rely on the satellite. And the satellite transmission of the data requires a lot of configuration, lot of system, and the power source. The second challenge is to have a power source which can maintain or which can run without the sunlight even for the next 7 days with a minimal consumption of power. Once the things are in place, then an early warning system can be an effective early warning system, and that system should not be limited only to this sensor. The further sensors of any time that can be integrated to have a holistic approach. So this is what I perceive as of now, sir.
Yeah. Good morning to all. So a nice presentation by Mr. Christoph. So as Binay was truly explaining, SIDA has installed such a system long back in Shakacho and South Lunak, maybe in 2014 to 2016. We have completed the installation, which consists of a set of water sensors which monitors the change in water. Means if there is a sudden change or if there is a sudden decrease in the water level, then immediately it triggers, because there are two modes of operations are there, like a normal mode of operation and emergency mode of operation, and this switching was done automatically based on the comparison with the previous values. And once it is in the normal mode, it collects data in every 5 minutes, and once it is in emergency mode, it collects data in every 1 minute. So that was the difference. So this transmission between the normal mode and emergency mode was done automatically by comparing with the previous values and those data, because in 2014 and 2016 we faced a lot of issues with data transmission through satellite, because we got INSAT 3 initially, then INSAT 3A and INSAT 3C later. But what happened is we will be getting a slot once in every 30 minutes. So we handled that particular situation in such a manner that this data for the entire 30 minutes will be combined together to form a single packet, and that data will be transmitted for further analysis. So nowadays the technology has improved much, and in near real time we could collect the data for analysis, and we have mainly AI ML models which are readily available or which can be developed for this data analysis, so that we will get better inference out of this data. So one of the thing what we faced during our installation was we completed the installation, and with the thought that those are unmanned areas and nothing will happen to our system. But what happened is eventually the system get vandalized. So maybe we have a brief presentation with us, so we will be explaining. So what happened is somebody from the has intruded, and they have pulled out the probes or they have pulled out the wires, so that the entire system they damaged. So that's what it happened. So this time, that's why when we approached the NDMA, what we suggested or what we proposed to NDMA was a system which must be protected, or which must be fail safe, or which must be safe from intruders. So that what we proposed at this stage is some
buoy-based system. Buoy-based system means the system with the sensors, necessary sensors for lake monitoring, temperature monitoring, or parameter marine monitoring. These should be there well within the lake, and it should be moved accordingly so that the data from the buoy directly communicate with the satellite data, so that there is a less chance of vandalization or less chance of means making some damages to the system. So this kind of system we propose to NDMA, and we are working on the design and development. So if time permits, we have some few slides to present on that. So that's all.
Thank you. So we'll go to the slides in about 5-7 minutes. Let's have a little bit of a discussion. Yeah, 1 second. We'll just wait. So I want to discuss the points that were raised by CDAC right now. In Marsat, we had detailed discussions with ISRO scientists, and SAC Ahmedabad was asked to resolve this issue with regard to communication. So there was a detailed discussion on the usage of C-band, S-band, how S-band is not available, how Inmarsat already has dedicated bandwidth, hence Inmarsat is able to work at these levels. So in that discussion, the buoy-based system was approved, in which the buoy-based system will be used. However, the fact that the buoy keeps moving and to connect directly to the satellite has certain issues. So the buoy will transmit to the field station, which is there on the edges of the lake, and that field station will periodically transmit to the satellite. That is how it was finally designed, as I understand. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, the question here I wish to ask Mr. Mathuria of Central Water Commission is that you have a lot of such systems, and I believe you have one system which is at least at 3,000 or 3,500 meters, which is already communicating through satellite. So, is there something we can learn from your experience which we can replicate at CDAC over here? Mike, please.
Well, yes, sir. We do have a countrywide network of 43 hydrometeorological stations. So these stations are largely designed for the purpose of
Can
flood
you hear him?
forecasting.
Louder, please.
Okay.
Yeah, louder,
So
louder.
yeah, Central Water Commission has a hydrometeorological network, pan-India network of close to 1,500 stations, and these are meant for flood forecasting. Out of these, about 1,100 are telemetry stations. So our communication, in fact, we have tested all modes of communication. Our communication system is in conformity with IMD system, and we are using satellite telemetry. We have a system of R3 receiving stations and VSAT mechanisms. Earlier, we used to have wireless systems also, but over the years, those wireless have been phased out, and we are relying we have put in fact all our eggs into this satellite-based telemetry, because in the event of pessimism, when there is high speeds, high flows in the river, we've seen that GSM or other modes of the communication, they get jammed. Only reliability happens to be the satellite telemetry.
So what is
Number
the
one.
applicability of that to 5,000 meters?
Well, I'm coming to it. Among those stations, we do have also this snow gauging stations, wherein those snow pillows and blankets are there, which measure the depth of the snow and equivalent volume. Now, the communication of these snow stations is again through telemetry. Uh, they are located at an altitude of about 2,500 to 3,000 meters, and but they need a lot of manual intervention as well. We cannot, you cannot lay the system and feel comfortable that I have laid the system; it will continue to function. Periodically, maybe every, we do have an SOPs. So there are the teams which visits, keep the system fit, and that is how this, the system is managed. But coming to these glacial lakes, glaciers, I feel the terrain is the most inhospitable terrain is the factor which needs to be taken into account. We can as well have a few pilots and then see how the satellite based functions there.
So is it possible for Central Water Commission to connect with CDAC? You can exchange contacts here. and connect them to SAC Ahmedabad. And you can bring their expertise in because they have already worked on building such systems, and we can add what SAC Ahmedabad has to say.
Well, definitely, we are in touch with CDAC very closely. We're in touch. But I have, if you allow me, I
Yeah.
have one, one input, maybe that may be of some use. We have been in discussion with SAC, SAC. They informed us that they have this, they have been using this altimeter based sensors, satellite house altimeter based sensors. They're pretty uh, sensitive and accurate as well. They have been monitoring the water levels in water bodies. I mean, these are lakes and rivers at 300 locations. We are yet in the process of fetching the data to see how the altimeter based measurements and ground based measurements they tally. If this works, I think there is a lot of learning from this altimeter based sensors, given the constraints of path of that satellite. So that can be one
Okay,
easy
great.
input for them.
We'll bring that into our discussions. So,
Point.
yes, sir.
So there are two, three sources of vulnerability. One, of course, is at the level of communications. That how are we transmitting the information? And it always has some interference, or maybe the connection is not always smooth. So that's one thing. The second one, of course, is the system integration. How are different pieces of the communication system coming together? You mentioned about the sensors, AWS, you mentioned about the cameras, and you mentioned about the water level sensors. All of them need to work together. And there could be issues also at the level of the integration of the systems. And the third is, of course, the external factors such as intrusion, vandalism, weather, extreme weather events. Anything can happen and the system may get damaged. So when we are looking at the system, we also need to find out how can we actually do the surveillance of these systems on a regular basis, even remotely. We can try to find some way of making the system work, and perhaps there is a lot of international experience. Perhaps you can share with us how we can make the system work. Of course, Switzerland, everything is very well connected. You don't have many areas which are inaccessible, whereas in India there is a large terrain which is inaccessible. So that's the difficulty. Thank you.
So the Swiss colleagues I would like to hand over the mic to you to just tell us that the absence of a signal every 6th minute is what makes you get into it remotely and resolve it. So maybe you can tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, the operation of a station is quite an important thing. When you have a monitoring station which is only transmitting data every day, then it's quite easy. You see, once a day you have the data, everything is fine. When you have an early warning system, then you want to know if the system is operating or not. That means you are relying on real-time data. You want to have the data every, let's say, 5 minutes, and you can't sit someone in front of a computer just always watching if the data is incoming. So you need automated mechanisms controlling if there is data or not. And we at SharePrevent, we have a specialized team who is only monitoring if somewhere is a red light. That means that an early warning system is not transmitting the data. And if so, then the customer has to be informed as best in an automatical way, getting an SMS, so he can take some actions for a not working alarm system. I mean, every alarm system is just a piece of electronic. As we heard, we rely on communications. Maybe the system is still measuring, but the satellite, the bandwidth is full. So if you don't get the data, you have probably someone to put out on a guard, checking the level, if it's raining or if something is happening, and then countermeasures have to be started. all our stations are connected via network. So if a sensor fails, we can connect to the station. We can do some checks on it. Most of the time, we can make the sensor work again. But if this fails or if the connection fails, then we need a first level support at the site. Someone has to go to the station. Someone has to check what is up there. Vandalism, we heard, is maybe a cause. Or if we are on a unstable slope, if something is going wrong, probably the station just moved a bit and lost communication. Then there are some, we have instruction manuals for the people going up there so they can fix it by themselves. And then hopefully the station is up and running again.
Thank you. So what we have done for starters, till we get our EWS systems going, the ones that will come from the communion of SAC, Ahmedabad, and CDAC, is that wherever we have the security forces personnel, we have basically given them access to whatever data we get, and they are our first responders, and they are our first early warners, as they were, as the ITBP post 6 kilometers downstream of South Lonak was an early warner. They had the DIG of ITBP had told us yesterday that they got the news and they had wired it down to the administration. So I would like to now go to Bhutan and then Nepal. And Bhutan had shown us a fairly expansive system of early warning sensors, which have been working for several years. So the experience of several years of early warning systems in the context of what we are discussing, can you please enlighten us? Mike, Mike there, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Tom. So yeah, the some of the questions that we were discussing today, I think we have had similar discussion back when we were designing our first early warning system as well. So look, especially the Christopher, when you were presenting the kind of EWS that you have been conceptualized, or either it's already there on the ground. One thing that you was talking about the pressure transducer that's transmitting the level from the lake itself, and then in later stage when you say that the most of the time when the GLOF happens, it's first it rises and then drops, and that's a very typical GLOF scenario. So I was about to ask Christoph, if you could use those rise as an alert, because in Bhutan what we have normalized is like normal level, alert level, and alarm. We're just using 3 levels. Okay, so normal is a normal. So whenever the alert when the sensors are on the lake itself, the that sudden rise, because most of the globes are always preceded by some kind of motions or the movement. It's either yesterday's presentation I was looking at and I saw that almost about close to 60% it's being triggered by avalanche. So with that, we always have that typical sudden rise. But this rise doesn't always translate back to a clock, because this rise happens and it goes back to a normal. So for us, what we do is we use those alert, those sudden rise as an alert to us. It's not an yet alarm for us. Sometimes after that alarm uh, happens, but most of the time it's just alert and it goes back to normal. So I was just going to ask if you can use that alert, because we do that. We use that alert or the motion as a alert, and it just alerts our monitoring people, our stakeholders. It doesn't go as alarm. We don't put off the silence yet. So that's the kind of logic that we used back then. On the um, On the basis of the transmission, like most of the time we also discuss this measurement period, logging period, and transmission period. So these are some of the basic intervals that we use. So normally measurement period for our system, what we did was in summers we do it in 15 minutes, and in winters automatically it switches to a 5 minutes mode. So, but the transmission, as I was presenting yesterday, what since it's a commercial satellite, it's kind of expensive for us to go on 5 minute transmission. That's too much for us. So what we did was the transmission we have logged to hourly, but in an hour we will at least have in summer for 4 readings. In winter, in summer we have every 5 minutes. In winters we have in 15 minutes interval. So there we just differentiated, like transmission will keep as hourly, but the moment there is something happening in the leak, then it doesn't just wait for the top of the hour transmission, it just automatically triggers and it starts sending 5 minutes. So this is how we have designed. This is on the monitoring part, not on the control or the situation room. It's more from the monitoring, where we have coded in such a way that it transmits data 5 minutes should there be an exceedance of any of the thresholds that we have set. So this is something that I would like to share. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that intervention. So I am happy to speak on behalf of CDAC, but I think they should tell us about whether they have also planned for anything of this kind, and then we'll come to the Swiss colleagues to react to that.
Sir, in our pilot installation between 2013 to 16, we had the same mechanism of recording the data every 5 minutes under normal circumstance and every 2.5 minutes under emergency circumstance. And since we had the transmission limitation, every half an hour we were able to transmit the data, whether irrespective of whether it is a normal mode or the emergency mode. But currently, what we have proposed, the buoy-based sensor will keep on recording the live data, and we have to decide the frequency. We want the live data every second, every 10 seconds, every 15 seconds, every minute, or it should be a packet of data to be transmitted every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like that. It will depend upon our requirement and subject to the availability of the spectrum. What we are looking from Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, for the GSAT S-band spectrum allocation. Regarding the automatic weather station data, we don't see within a day, within a 24 hours, there will be a massive change in the weather circumstance. So every 4 hours or every 6 hours, we can have one set of data transmitted. And the glacial vision units, what we have proposed, it will also keep on recording. And the water level, the glacier, any movement it will detect, and the data, the images can be transmitted every 6 hours or every 12 hours, depending upon the requirement. And if everything goes as per our vision, the sensors will require the minimal power. They will keep on a sleep mode, and there is, in case of any activity in the lake or in the periphery, the sensors will keep awake and they will keep recording and monitoring the lake data, transmit the weather data or the image data to our system immediately. So this is what is the proposed system as of now.
The ISRO scientists had told us very clearly that they will also design for a similar system as Bhutan had mentioned, that if it is transmitting every 6 minutes and there's an event at 1 plus 0.1 minutes, so all the frequencies in all the lakes, suppose we have 10 systems, they will all jump to that one lake and it will start transmitting instantaneously, almost instantaneously. That is right, no? Okay, thank you. Any reactions?
Thank you for that input also from Bhutan. Actually, we have exactly the same concept. We studied that hydrograph from a GLOF very specifically, and we have warning levels and alarm levels as well. So that is how the gauge sensors are working that are proposed in Sikkim at various places. So we can install them with special steel ropes along the riverbed or using bridges. So that is well proved and we have good experience with them. We use exactly the same approach. Regarding the warning and alarming times, I give the word to Christian. How frequent it is measured, it can be fine-tuned, of course. And also here we have to think of the communication system. If you have satellite or mobile connection, I think this also can be very costly. So, but please, Christian, you have a lot of experience.
In our systems, we are using a fixed interval for a station. So the whole year, it's, let's say, every 10 minutes, it's the average we are measuring. And the reason for this is that scientists analyzing the data will just ask for a fixed time interval where they have the data over the year. But in case of an event, we just record more data. So if we detect something that is going on, we also have the data in a 5-second or 6-second resolution, giving a very fine graph how the level is developing. Just a word to the transmission of the data. We just heard, so we have 24-hour intervals, we go to 6 hours and whatever. For an early warning system, this is a very long time. We saw it in the GLOF last year. People wanted to know, is Shaka also affected by this GLOF, or is it only South Lanark Lake? And this was a very difficult situation for the officials because they didn't know what's happening at Shaka. So if you have an early warning system, you want real-time data. And real-time data, you can't have it with a satellite unless you are a very rich man. But you need a second transmission line. We heard it from Kazakhstan yesterday. They built up a radio network on a terrestrial radio network, and this is, in my opinion, the way to go. You have several ITBP or army bases everywhere, and at least when you can reach them, when you can transmit your data to such a station, they know what's going on. They have people being close to the station and they can react if there is something wrong, if there is an alarm. They can send people out. Even the satellite communication is down for any reason. We know that it's happening with our satellite system. You have a second line, and this is a very important issue for me when designing the early warning system.
Thank you. So that point is well taken. Now we'll go to Mr. Mohan Chand and eventually Finu Shrestha ma'am from EC Mod. Mr. Mohan Chand, what is your assessment on these AWS and EWS and the discussion we've just had?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, advisor. So talking about the Nepal's practice on the early warning system. So as mentioned by the Bhutan, so it is almost similar to that. So although we haven't tested the GLOF early warning system in Nepal, though we have like installed the early warning system in 2 glacial lakes, it has been working since more than uh, 15 years in one lakes, and then another lakes is about almost 10 years. But unfortunately, we haven't like got any alarm yet. Means like still lake is safe. So, but in case of the like some of the other water level sensor we have installed in different rivers in the lowlands, the system is that like either some of them we have like pressure level sensor as mentioned by the Christoph as well. So, but sometime we have like kind of radar level sensor which sense the level of water. So in the beginning we just monitor the weather by automatic weather station, and then if there is any changes in the rainfall forecast or if there is like a possibility of the rainfall, we alarm the people's like yeah, there is chances of the very high rain. So the department of hydrology and meteorology would take care of this, and then they send some kind of the warning message. So there might be the heavy rain in your location, means like there is a certain polygons of the that if there is a particular site of that heavy rain, they send some warning message. There might be possibility of high rain, and then water level may rise. And then once the heavy rain is already happened, they will send another message. So water level has already crossed the limit, certain threshold, either warning threshold or the danger level threshold. So based upon the different thresholds, the Department of Hydrology Meteorology, in association with the National Disaster Management Authority, they send the alert message in the people living around that rivers in the downstream regions. So that is in case of the like lowland, but where we have installed the early warning system at the lakes, because there is no any like changes in water level like significantly, means like no GLOF event yet. So we haven't tested, but the system installed in the glacial lakes is like uh, kind of the very robustic. We do have like series of water level sensor at the lake outlet and the downstream of the lake as well. And also there are several automatic weather station and then siren system in the downstream region. And then it is kind of the community based. So community is mobilized in this case. If there is something happened in the upstream regions, we will also have like kind of communication community to upstream to downstream. Also the water level, if there is changes, the water level is also automatically recorded by the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology. So they will send the alert to the local community. That is how the early warning system is working.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ECMOD?
So I don't have any idea regarding the data transfer of AWS because I'm not have been involved in this project. So what I know that during these projects, when this early warning and AWS has been installed, it has been like fully automatic telemetry system. They have been deployed, and also there is a radar sensor who is monitoring the water level, and another radar sensor that have been installed in the downstream along the river valley chain. So, and as Mohan said, that it's a community based. So, community people were fully mobilized. They did the mock drill training, awareness, education, everything. Even the Jet Sea perspective and indigenous knowledge have been incorporated in this project. So, what I know that if the water level changes is detected near from the sensor near to the lake, and also the water rise in the downstream, then there is a there have been arranged about the dynamic mass communication that has been sent to the vulnerable people downstream. So this is the
Thank you.
case. Yeah,
So,
that,
would you, and in your role in ECMOD, where it's an 8-member consortium
yeah.
of countries, would you have any understanding of how it is done in China and Pakistan?
So China is itself advanced in this, so we don't support anything like they don't require our support, but they have been doing a lot of this AWS on warning system by themselves in many of the high potential risks. And but in China, yeah, we do support on the demand base, but not on the early warning system. But uh, um, they have been like querying about the order this automatic weather station. So we have been consulting with them for them, like especially for the CISPR glaciers, which have been bridging out for many years continuously. So, but the action hasn't been taken available, but only in the consultation process we have been involving
So
right now.
these glaciers are north of Nepal or they are north of Bhutan? Which side are they?
Which one? Sorry,
The ones you mentioned?
CISPR is in Pakistan. So,
Okay, it's in
yeah,
Pakistan. Okay, thank you, thank you.
thank you.
So, any contribution from Professor Alonso and Madam Zanar from Kazakhstan?
Uh, I want to add some experience from Kazakhstan. Actually, all the whole monitoring system was is made by human. Actually, all of this uses some ultra short radio connectivity system. And for Almaty City, for last 3 years, we have tested some automatical system, and this whole system contains 26 stations, and the stations divided type of has some sensors and reference. Weak stations have some less than sensors, and the riverbed stations has especially geofence sensors for earthquakes, and they can detect some debris flow coming. And dam type stations has all these sirens, and they can also help evacuate these people around this risk zone. And the new design was conduct some radio-related new connection system. And also this year we tried to first time Starlink system. And actually all of them works well. And in the future, maybe Kazakhstan just decided to um, create the whole basins on the some special regions, create use only just radio related system, and maybe Starlink, additional Starlink. And we have some transboundary rivers with China, and a lot of economically mainly objects near these riverbeds, and a lot of these new moraine dammed lakes. And but data transmission problems with China we also have. So we also try to create our new system. But I'm not a good specialist or engineer on this topic. And also I can send later some presentation or some description for this topic if you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Alonso?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, this is not my area of expertise, the technical part of it, but I've been involved in the implementation and the governance of different types of early warning systems across Latin America and the Caribbean. And maybe I would like to keep in mind two critical aspects that we have been seeing that are very that are working well in our countries. The first one is well, I think the literature and the experience of the presentation have been very clear that about the critical role of the communities, the local communities, and the empowerment of the local communities in order to be the strategic allies, not only to keep the system working on, but taking care of the system, because those are very expensive instruments. And in our countries, just to turn them down, to take out the copper and sell it, that's a critical topic. And so there are a lot of methodologies that we have been implementing to start working with the communities and try to create incentives for the communities to take care of the equipment. And it's very interesting to see how the eventually people uh, take like a sense of ownership of the whole system, and it's a new sense of meaning at the local level. So that's a very nice things to see the communities, and see this in San Lucia and small islands in the Caribbean, but also in Peru and Mexico as well, with volcanic hazard. And the second thing that I would like to suggest to, probably you have been exploring this, is the partnership with the private sector, especially with the telecommunication companies. There is an interesting trade-off between telecommunication companies and local government, specifically, to create this sort of partnerships, and they can. In Mexico, for example, I think they have tried to make some fiscal accommodation with the company. So you have like tax exemption. In return, the companies, they provide some of the instruments, and they support technical assistance. So the at least in our continent, a lot of the basic infrastructure investment and the monitoring and the early warning system cannot be done without the participation of the private sector. I mean, this the cleverest and the more efficient way we have been seeing. So I would like to stress those two key points from our perspective.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, our Swiss colleagues, if you have any related experience.
Yes, talking about international experience, please allow me to add one point from China. Actually, we did a project there from 2012 until 2016. At the upper stream of Yarkand River, there is a Kiagar Glacier in the Karakorum Mountains. And I made the design there for EWS and monitoring. And similar also with gauging stations, we have been working there in a very, very remote, also politically very sensitive area, and successfully could alarm. There was a GLOF in 2016, and people could be evacuated within time. I think the Chinese partners, I don't know what they are doing now with their system, but they probably upscaled it. We just showed them how to do it or how can it be done. So that's a perspective maybe from China.
So we'll now go to CDAC. They have a few 4-5 slides. Yes. We have till 11 o'clock, so we have only 3.5 minutes left. So, and just to say that yesterday in the evening we had to run away from here because this place was booked after our program and we were to end at 6 and we were badly over time, which was really indisciplined of us. So we apologize to our last session participants. So one participant was left. He had to present yesterday, so we had promised him we start at 9:15. But people like me who kind of overslept, some serious overhang, came a little late, so we couldn't do that. So we will do that from 11 to 11:10. And 11:10 to 11:30, you will get a warm cup of tea or coffee. And 11:30 will become the next session. Thank you. Please, Tim.
Sure, sir. I will quickly run through the presentation for the sake of time. So the enhanced early warning system, actually about the system which CEDA has installed long back in 2014 and 16 been explained during the panel discussion itself. So from that experience now CEDAC has presented or CEDAC is working on an enhanced EWS system which consists of buoy-based glacier lake monitoring system, onshore advanced AWS system, glacier vision system, SATCOM data transfer, and AML data analysis for alert generation. So these are the main components of the system by CDEC. So in the buoy-based system, so this is the kind of buoy which we CDEC is working on, which consists of water depth, hydrophonics, acoustic events can be analyzed, wind speed, wind direction, temperature, and position orientation can be analyzed with the help of GPS sensors. So as it was directly said, there is two modes of communication are there. From the buoy-based system, we can communicate directly to the satellite through omnidirectional antennas. Now, ISRO has satellites which can be communicated directly from buoy-based system through omnidirectional antennas, and we have another secondary mechanisms or redundancy mechanism as the data will be transferred to the onshore device, and from the onshore device it will be transmitted again, so that the depth or the lake profile is one of the important parameter in analyzing the or in predicting the EWS or in generating the EWS signal. So this is the kind of buoy-based system which we are planning for. We will have a sufficient mooring mechanism will be there or anchoring mechanism will be there, and the payload capacity, weight, and everything, solar panel, battery, everything will be there inside the buoy-based system. So and the buoy design ensures sufficient structural reinforcements to withstand the buoyancy force, wind waves, and potential impacts. So like that, we are in the process of developing this system. Then second one is onshore advanced AWS system. So it's similar to the AWS system. So here also what we are planning is here we will have multiple sensors like temperature, snow depth, acoustic events. Acoustic events is one of the important parameters as far as glacier lakes are concerned. Then rainfall, ambient humidity, position orientation, wind speed, solar radiation, all these parameters will be measured, and these parameters will be transmitted to the through the satellite using some unidirectional antenna systems. And here also we are in touch with SAC for S-band as well as UHF, and CEDA has already done some trial run with SAC for data transmission using omnidirectional and unidirectional antennas. That trial run has been already completed, not in glaciers but in normal terrain only. Similarly, we are planning to incorporate some tiny ML, means some tiny machine learning algorithms in this AWS system for giving some intelligence to the system to analyze and to monitor the parameters, which is not much power consuming. And so, and next one is the AI-driven glacier vision system. So, glacier vision system, as it was informed, it is very much useful to understand the terrain criteria and the information about the lake moraine as far as it is concerned with the glacier lake. So, here what we are planning is it's a 24 by 7 monitoring station, and this glacier vision unit consists of multiple camera units and which will be monitoring the terrain. And what we plan at this juncture is we will be analyzing these image streams and then and there itself, means locally itself, and if it could identify some deformation, those images only will be transmitted through the satellite to the base station. This is for the sake of serving the bandwidth. So similar kind of system we have already implemented for Kongan Railway for a rail track monitoring and alert. There it's basically working on the 4G and 5G communication standard, but it is more or less, the concept is more or less similar. The same concept we have to implement there. We are using thermal cameras, but we have to use some kind of normal cameras and night vision cameras kind of things we have to use. And the deformation algorithm or the deep learning algorithm we have to develop customized, or we have to create the image database and the learning database we have to create and we have to generate. So these are the some of the features. High speed image processing engine will be there, low power obviously, and standalone unit with a molded solar panel. This is for the sake of reducing the vandalization or theft kind of things. Because similar is the case with the railway also, because we are installing the system in remote areas. So for saving the purpose, we have used molded solar panel and unpaneled batteries, and also it's working fine for the last 2 years. Without any vandalization or any attempt of theft. So similar kind of system we are planning for here also. And this methodology, once this data is available, then we'll go for the GLOF simulation, inundation mapping, AML model, etc. Then another important factor is about the real-time communication. So real-time communication we have discussed vastly. So for as far as India is concerned, we are very much relying on our space agency ISRO, and SAC is very vastly working on these areas. So some initial round of discussion and initial POC testing being done. So the final once it is being implemented in high altitude glaciers, some ministry level or some high level permissions and high level policies needs to be generated, because this is one of a national interest project. So I think it will be easily allocated for this kind of applications. And another one important thing is we have to sorry, it's not related with the communication, but we have to associate, truly it was mentioned, it was needs to be associated with some ITBP or border security force or some paramilitary engineering wing needs to be associated with this kind of installation, so that they can do a frequent checking or daily, means daily or by weekly patrolling can be done on the system health and maintenance, means performance. So those kind of things also we have to look into. And here coming to the this satellite communication, we are mainly demanding for S band as well as UHF band. So suppose if there is any difficulty in the S band, we will switch to UHF or a combination of UHF and S band. So those kind of communication means discussions are going on with SAC Ahmedabad. So as far as our enhanced EWS is concerned, here we need two types of bands, narrow band and as well as wide band. Narrow band is for the sensor data, whereas wide band is for the image data. Yeah, I'm winding up. So before winding up, I have two slides on the bathymetry device. Actually, CEDA has developed a bathymetry device, autonomous bathymetry system, which was developed with a mighty funded project, and it's a means this is the pictorial representation of the ABSV is given. So this system, it is important in EWS is prior to installation of the EWS system, we are planning to have a bathymetry survey on those glacial lakes, so that we will get an information, or we will get a quantitative analysis of how much water is present in the lake. So once there is a sudden drop or sudden increase in the water level, we could understand how much amount of water being released from the glacial lake, and what are the areas which may be get affected. By using the software simulation platforms, we could analyze in advance which are the areas which are likely to be inundated due to the release of water, and how much amount of water being released. So this survey we have already done with the two glacial lakes in Himachal Pradesh. Randavasar is there. So we have done these two bathymetry survey, one in Vasugi Lake, another one is in Sangla Lake. And my colleague Vishnu is also there. He was part of the two expedition. So we have calculated all the volume, water parameters. Along with that, here we have some water quality sensors, WQI sensors also we have placed in the bathymetry survey vessel. So this bathymetry survey vessel is fully autonomous, in the sense we can plan the path, and accordingly to the path it will move. This is the data points. We have collected more than 6,000 data points of depths, and we have interpolated another 10,000 points, and based on that we are calculating the water volume, which gives more accurate results. And this is the pictorial representation and the contour representation. And yesterday's and today's representation, the glacier GLOF is not at all depending only on a single factors. Multi-hazard impact based analysis is the need of the hour. And also we are planning to incorporate some LIDAR sensors in the bathymetry vessel, which is disassembled upon, so that we will get the characteristics of the moraine, which can be very useful in analyzing the strength of moraine and all. So coming to the conclusion, so in phase 2, we are also planning to incorporate a group of sensors along the downstream of the river. Also, CEDAC aims to deploy this comprehensive indigenous system in among the Himalayan glaciers, or in the Himalayan ranges, to protect the well-being of the communities. Also, strong need of multi-stakeholders action nationally and internationally we are looking for the research, disaster management authorities, and portfolio for the successful implementation of such a GLOF early warning system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's
Just a 5 slide for you.
that work expands to make way for time. And so, there is a good singer in India who can sing one song in 3 minutes in one breath. He's a very famous singer, and I think Dr. Anish Satyan is a close second. But thank you for the entire full thing. But for the people who understand the subject, I mean, me a little bit, but this thing sounded very deep and very intense, and there seems to be a lot of work done by CDAC. So, if SDC would have any comments to make on the nature of EWS that we are planning.
Just allow me maybe 2 comments regarding your nice presentation of also about this buoyant system. I think that's a very innovative approach to go that way. I think also from the tsunami system, I think we can learn a lot. Just thinking these lakes freeze during the winter season. Do you have experience, or how are you going to handle that? I think that's something that would be very interesting to know, to have functionality ensured. And the other thing about your high speed and high resolution images, it can be really done. We also do it in the Swiss Alps, but for that we need broadband and different data communication. This should also be considered in the system. I think that's just from my side some remarks when talking about the sophisticated sensors. We have always to remember we are very remote places, difficult accessibility, cost efficientness of the sensors. I think these are some just points I would like to give from my side.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll end this discussion, and it was a very enlightening discussion. and I hope it met the standards of the people who told us to have discussions and less presentations. So we will now move to this online presentation by Dr. Anindya Bose, carryover from last evening. And after 10 minutes, we will then break for tea for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Bose, sorry about yesterday. We were a bit disorganized. Our watches were not working. We don't have any other excuse. So please start. And I hope you will take 10 minutes and not learn from us.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you very much. I'm Dr. Anindya Bose, founder director of Navitro Consultancy Services. As the name goes, Navi for navigation or Navicantro for electronics. And still now, I wear two hats. One, I'm still now an educator in the University of Burdwan, which is a small university town in the eastern part of the country. And secondly, through NISP, National Innovation and Startup Policy, we rolled off a startup company, deep tech technology company on GNSS and Navic. We understand GNSS and Navic, which are very, very important thing. And we are here to provide reliable, confident, and smart position navigation and timing, what we call the PNT solutions. So we have got some other products in our basket, but without wasting much time, I must say thanks both to Christoph, Christine, and my previous speaker who made my life much, much more simpler. So basically, although we are a very new company, say less than a year, but our work is supported by 15 years of our R&D in the field of GNSS, and also very recently over the last couple of years in Navic. So all the solutions what we are providing on behalf of NCS is developed on indigenous R&D, and our representation are both in national and international bodies. And at the bottom, you can see that already we have got some experience for working with IoT GNSS GIS integrated system. So what's our offering? I'll not dwell here, so everybody now understands this. So what's our offering? We call it Nav E9. Nav mean eye. So navigation based electronic eye. What we propose this one. So basically, our idea came from some foreign experiments. So this is from University of Hawaii, and this is on the right hand side from University of Tokyo. What they did, they used a chain of GNSS sensors for monitoring tsunami. So, for monitoring tsunami, one of the very important part is to monitor the height of the or the altitude. In case of standalone GNSS, the problem is means if we use a single GNSS module, the problem is we can go up to not better than meter level accuracy in case of measuring the height. So the alternative is can we go for something extra? So that is called the real-time kinematic RTK. Once again, RTK has got its own problem that you need a base. Maybe what you can see here, the station on the floor. Okay, and here the buoy is there. So the base station supplies the direction information, and the buoy gets maybe around 10 centimeter or 15 centimeter accurate in the in the altitude level. What we did, we bring in a new concept. It is what we call the Navitro Smart RTK. We are calling it Shuksha. Shuksha means very fine. So we package the whole thing. It's still now patent pending. We are applying for the patent. We can go up to better than 5 centimeter precision using a single unit. So on the right hand side, I have given the schematic. So this is the antenna. In the antenna, so this is the hardware. We get latitude, longitude, altitude, date and time, like all other GNSS. But here you can see we have given some of our result. When we are going for say sample for 1 hour or 1 hertz data. So you can see in the 2D RMS, it is coming out to be in the order of millimeters. And if we look into the standard deviation of the up, that means the altitude, you can see it is once again in the order of millimeter. So we can safely say that our product, Smart RTK Shuksha, can provide standalone better than 5 centimeter accuracy in the vertical direction. article coordinator. So it's very simple when we are converting our idea into GLOF EWS. There would be a boya. Is the lake what, and on that one our so this is the idea. So so it's there in the boya. So when so we are getting the altitude, and if the altitude is crosses a certain threshold, it creates an alarm. So I'm not dwelling much upon this one because all the things has been talked about in very detail. Just my previous colleague. The important part here is instead of any other sensors for measuring the depth or measuring the height of the boya, we are using very precise GNSS. And second part is we are integrating. So this is the basic idea that, okay, so this is one kind of boya, floater unit type 1, very near to the bank. They will be connected using cable. And second is the boya which is floating deep inside the lake. The very same thing would be there, but the telemetry antenna will transmit it to the on the bank, maybe using different types of communication system of which we are talking about. Very recently it is being talked. So in very difficult cases, reset terminal with proper radome to take care of the falling ice. That can be used. So here we have given the idea of what may be done. So this is the COM unit. So this is type 1 boya, very near to the edge. This is type 2 boya at the center. The communication maybe, so we have shown 2 legs. From the 2 legs, we can use radio. And as already mentioned, it may be this particular point, data collection point, maybe some army unit or maybe border security force unit. So from where they will be collected, and wired or radio or satellite connection, it goes to a central server. In the central server, so a lot of processing would be done in situ, so that the common alarms, because it's very simple whether the threshold is higher than a certain level or not, that can be counted. And this can be used, what we have seen, to start the solar powered pump if it crosses a certain limit before generating the main alert. And finally, there will be 3 kinds of users: the citizens, primary users; level 2 users, the disaster management personnel; and level 3 users, the disaster management agencies, who would have access to all kind of data, all the real-time data, all the legacy data for downloading. Right. So now what we want to do to integrate the data, because it is already location and timestamp. So using the location, we want to put it into a GIS map. So in the GIS map, a primary user, they will get only the alert that something is happening. Call it, tell your neighbors or call the authority. In the level 2 user, you can see the locations of the boyas, and out of which maybe the yellow one, there is some mild alert, and also there is some serious action needed, it will be red colored. And in the level 3, so in the dashboard, they will have all the data tables, all the graphs of the parameters. They can download the data, and also they can check the monitoring unit. So also we thought of Navina and app.
Dr. Bose, you are now competing with us.
Okay. Okay, so once again, the app may be of 3 at 3 levels: user level 1, user level 2, and user level 3. So potential beneficiaries, citizen, disaster management personnel, and disaster management authority. So the USPs are Make in India, first of its kind solution because of in Indian context, because of the use of very, very precise GNSS module, where we do not need a base and a rover, separate base and rover. All them are packed in a single module, and that's our patented product. Compactness, autonomy, affordability, multiple options, and portability of the hardware. So as because it is already geotagged or location tagged, we can take any wire to one place to another and start operation. And as soon as we do that in the map, we can see the new location. So what is my idea? that we are working completely from the GNSS point of view, but see in space, we are coming across different use cases where we can use it. But what I understand that as a very new industry, what is backed by a long R&D and academic endeavors, we need proper handholding and support from other agencies so that our results can be really benefit the community and the society. So that's all what I wanted to convey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Sorry to have rushed you. We would have loved to have listened to you for a longer time, but you have demonstrated a very interesting technique and a solution, which is exactly what CDAC is trying to get, what they had created in 14, 15, 16, and what SDC is doing at the lakes currently. So it is great to have new companies coming into this business. Commercialization is most likely the only way forward. So thank you so much for your intervention. Thank you so much. So now we'll close this session one, and we'd like to say thank you to our four participants with the presentation of a small memento of NDMA. Thank you.
So thank you. With that, I will request you to give away the token of appreciation to our panelists, please.
Abhishek, please get everybody in. Sandeep. इसको इधर रख दीजिए हाँ. Yes, are we all here? सबको अंदर बुला लो.
सब ठीक है.
हाँ. You can carry a cup of tea and learn from Divya how to carry your tea into the seminar. It's the best thing from SD. It's a habit with SDC.
Thank you.
No, but these are some good things we are learning from you.
Welcome back to session 7. This session is about the best global practices on GLOF mitigation suited for Indian conditions. So for this session, we have our session chair who will join us in a short time, and the co-chair will be our advisor, sir. I would like to call Professor Alonso Bueno, Dr. Mohan Das Bahadur Chand, Sri Sange Tenzing, Sri Sandeep Tambe sir, and Dr. Zanar Rendekova on the stage, please.
Hello. Hey, we meet again. Yeah. Somebody seems to have taken my black diary. Is there anybody who can accept having taken my black diary? And there were two CDAC booklets with it. Shweta? Ah, there it is. See, stolen property has been not identified. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Just for your information, sir, Dr. Zanar is not feeling well.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so Dr. Zanar was having some low blood pressure. So we've just taken her for a little checkup and they will give her something with sugar and salt in it, and I'm sure she'll be back. So we have two doctors on our team who work with us as consultants. One on basically they are medical doctors, so both of them have gone with her. So there's no cause for worry. Now we will begin this session. So this is our last session, and just to tell you, we are expecting Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Dr. P.K. Mishra, in a short while, and he desires to sit in the audience and listen to the discussions. So he will not be coming here. Then he will listen to our entire conversation, and then from 1 to 2 o'clock, we will then have his session, the concluding session, after which we will move for lunch. So can we now, I'll just quickly, so these are our three international participants now, and we can include Finu ma'am also if we have our card. Let's bring Finu ma'am onto the stage. And we are missing Ms. Zanar. We've kept Dr. Sandeep Tambe from Sikkim government over here because we wanted to focus this discussion on best global practices on GLOF mitigation suited for Indian conditions. The suited for Indian conditions is the reason why Sikkim government is here on the stage. So we will initiate proceedings by requesting Dr. Tambe to set the stage with a presentation. And over to you. You have 25 minutes, and then we will discuss all the things that you're proposing.
Very good afternoon to all the participants. So I'll try to share some of the challenges and difficulties and some possible solutions that the government of Sikkim is exploring in trying to address this challenge of GLOFs. So this is a photograph of the impact that a GLOF can do, and we would also like to share what are the long-term irreversible changes that a GLOF can do to your landscape, so that no, you can highlight it to your concerned governments so that they are more responsive. So in the case of Sikkim, based on the catastrophic GLOF that happened last year, there has been a very strong political will to actually build a comprehensive response to this particular natural disaster. So this is on 4th of October when the Honorable Chief Minister launched a new mission known as Sikkim Himtal Mission, with the objective of making the state more prepared and to tackle these natural challenges better. So the whole objective of launching this mission was to get 6 state government departments, 2 authorities, 2 central government agencies, the academia, all of them together to address this challenge, because we have to do it together. So this was the mission that was launched. And this was another review meeting that the Honorable Chief Minister took recently, where he took some key policy decisions that a team of structural engineers have been engaged to address this issue. A high-level steering committee and working group has been formed. He has given the key assurance that all key officials who are working on this mission, they will not be transferred. And at the same time, a Sikkim Commission on Glacial Hazards has been formed. So there is very strong political will which is required to get the departments together to sort out the internal frictions that happen when many people work together. So this is the kind of political will that the government of Sikkim is displaying to actually create a role model for the Himalayas. So I will just start with what were the impacts. The normal impacts of GLOF, like roads getting washed away, bridges getting washed away, are the normal impacts. There are some impacts which don't get highlighted, so I thought I'll just share those with you. Then we go along to what Sikkim government is thinking regarding mitigation. What are the global experiences? We have already heard it here. What are the pilots that we are contemplating? So GLOF is maybe a one-time event, but it creates or it leaves behind far-reaching and irreversible impacts. So the first early warning that we received was from paramilitary forces. They are the ones who are posted in the international border. All our lakes are in the international border, so they are the ones who are the first responders. So this is how this valley looks like now. And this was the most important economic asset of the government of Sikkim. It was the 1200 megawatt hydel project built at the cost of 16,000 crores, which is 60% of our GDP. And this most important asset has been lost forever. And the GLOF has left a small warning signal. Just see the size of the rock that is blocked the spillway. And this is the power of GLOF, which we can't underestimate. Then a village which was more than 40-50 kilometers downhill, the whole mountainside is now got destabilized and it is slipping down. So more than 150 households are forced to leave their traditional setting, their ancestral lands, because the geology of that part of the mountain was very different from one on the other side, and this whole hillside is coming down now. And one irreversible impact that we have to live with is this was the morphometry of Tista River. And after the GLOF, the river has risen by 12 meters. So these are some things which we never imagined would happen. And because of this, what is going to happen is in future flood events, most of the water will not be going along the river, it will be flooding. And most of our downtown towns, they have been flooded almost 2 to 3 stories. The slush and mud has covered them. So this makes our downstream more vulnerable in future. When a flood comes next time, there is no space to contain the flood. And large chunks of our riverine forests have also got impacted.
So, Dr. Dambe, I suggest you can go at regular speed because we may expect our chief guest also. So, he may also like to see some of these.
Oh, that would
So,
be
you
great, sir.
can take your time over it.
Thank you, sir. So in Sikkim, we have only two sources of income. One is hydropower, one is tourism. Both have been affected very badly. And the national highway which connects Sikkim, the riverbed has come up by 10 meters. So you feel as if you're driving along Marine Drive when you go along this national highway. And many times during monsoon, this highway just caves in. So reaching Sikkim has become like an adventure now. So most of the tourists don't want this kind of adventure. So we used to get 20 lakh tourists. It has come down to 1/10 now. So the state is actually been totally crippled by this disaster. And the main sources of economic benefits, or you can say the revenue of the state, has gone down. So now, what are the key issues that the state is facing? How do we address future GLOFs? And earlier, the state was known as a biodiversity hotspot. Now, I think we are also being highlighted as a GLOF hotspot. And most of the assessments that have been done show that Sikkim has the highest number of big lakes where there is a danger. So, is there a SOP? If a state government is willing to invest some funds, is there a SOP how to go about doing GLOF disaster risk reduction? What are the kind of studies that will be needed to do the lake level assessment? What are the feasible mitigation measures? How risky are they? Will the state departments be willing to use public money to invest in risky projects? And then how do we map? Every lake is unique. So every lake has its own characteristic in terms of its Moran dam, in terms of its mass movement hazard, in terms of its volume. So after assessing that, how do you say that for this lake, this is the mitigation option? Can we simplify this? So that is the last point that I will take up. So we have developed a whole model and approach. Yeah. So the Sikkim government has developed a model for GLOF mitigation so that the whole of government approach can be integrated. So this is the approach. So in Sikkim government, we have 6 government departments, 2 authorities, 2 central government agencies, Sikkim University, Defense Administration, all joining hands under the Himtal mission. So mission has been launched so that all stakeholders can be brought under that because it's an interdisciplinary matter.
So, if I can come in here, Dr. Tambe, there was those three interesting points you were making, which are very important if we have to decide what to do in mitigation in Sikkim. One was that the level of the water has risen. If you can show that slide
Yeah.
again. And the second part was about the amount of loss to your GDP with that photograph.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, this one. Can you please tell us why it has risen?
Yes, sir. The Tista River, its morphometry has changed forever. Earlier, the water level was 212 meter, and then after the GLOF, what has happened is the river levels, because of the debris that the river got because of the GLOF, have been deposited downstream. So the water level has risen. The river bed has risen by 13 meters. So the river's water carrying capacity has drastically come down, and because this water level has come up, this river, this is the deposit all along the border towns. Nearly 8 to 10 meters of deposit was there in the border towns. Now, many of our forests also got destroyed. More importantly, the river flows along the national highway. So because this water level has come up by 12 meters, the national highway is caving in. And this is the only lifeline of Sikkim. This is the only way to reach Sikkim, National Highway 10. So our tourist arrivals have come down drastically. For any agency to reach Sikkim, it has become very difficult because the national highway has almost got compromised because the water level has come up by 10 to 12 meters. The other thing I was highlighting, sir, the most important economic asset of Sikkim was the 1200 megawatt Chungthang Dam. So that dam has also been washed away, and the government of Sikkim had invested 16,000 crores, which is 60% of our GDP, to create that hydropower project. So the main two income sources for the government of Sikkim, the hydro project and tourism, both have been badly affected by this GLOF.
So tourism this year was affected?
Yes, sir. So, sir, the national highway has become very tricky now. So, tourists don't want to risk coming to Sikkim because they don't know whether they'll be able to reach in time, catch their flights in time. So, it has been a very difficult situation for the state. And also to highlight, sir, even for defense agencies, for security forces also, to reach the international border and to ensure that their supplies reach in time, it has become very challenging for them also. So, then the government of Sikkim is now taking the next step. How do we make Sikkim safe from future disasters? what kind of systems we need to put in place, how the scientific institutions, government departments jointly need to do the assessments and to do mitigation. So the clear focus from the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim is how do we reduce the threat from these lakes. So he is clearly instructing us that we need to go towards mitigation. So what is the Sikkim model for GLOF mitigation? So this is a new area. Very few uh, countries or state governments have actually moved on from research to implementation. So this is the approach of the Sikkim government. First is the whole of government approach. One department can't do it. So you need different technical departments. So mines and geology department is there, state disaster management department is there, forest department is there, science and technology department is there. All these departments are joining hand along with Geological Survey of India and Central Water Commission and Sikkim University and SSDMA and NDMA. So all of them are brought under this mission. We are trying to build capacity of the local experts as far as possible, taking support from external experts as and when needed, because you need to do this work again and again and again. There are so many lakes. You have to have 4 to 5 expeditions every year, and more lakes are going to get critical in future. So if you have in-house capability, you can do more work. At the same time, though the problem of climate change and global warming is a very serious problem, solution has to be local. So finally, the state agencies have to get together, find out, okay, for this lake, which is a big threat, how do we mitigate it? So the solution has to come at the local level. And though we may look at the lake as a hazard, in Sikkim, the local communities look at the lakes as a holy lake, and they feel that their local deities are residing there. So the solution also has to be culturally acceptable. So this is the 5 pillars of our approach, and the main implementation approach that we have adopted is we call it the 4-step approach. So we compare it with the medical assessment that we do. So first step is preliminary assessment. So in Sikkim there are 320 lakes which are glacial lakes. So using a preliminary assessment and doing a preliminary screening, it was found that 16 lakes are actually lakes which require deeper assessment. Just like we go to a doctor and we do the basic blood test and urine test and blood pressure test. So then after that, if the doctor feels that you need more comprehensive test, like a kidney function test or maybe like a eco test, then you go for further tests. Similarly, for 16 lakes, now we have understood that these are really high risk lakes. We need much more comprehensive assessment. So for these lakes, we have started the expeditions for taking up deeper assessments. And after that, the next step is designing the mitigation. Fourth step is executing it. So in the first step, like we said, out of 320 lakes, initial assessment was done with the support of various agencies, including NDMA, and 16 lakes have been identified as high risk. So 304 lakes actually passed the test. 16 lakes we feel that there is a big danger, so they need more comprehensive assessment. So these are the 16 lakes. Actually, these lakes are all on the international border. Actually, if you join these lakes, you will actually, if you join these dots, it will form the international border. All these lakes are on the international border. So the second step for the 16 lakes, this year the government of Sikkim has already organized 3 expeditions to do a comprehensive assessment. So what are the things that are important? So for any lake which is a high risk lake, I guess there are 4 aspects which are key. How much is the volume of water in the lake? That is the water that is going to cause the hazard. Second is there is a dam which is actually at the downstream end. How stable is your dam? Third is what is the probability of a landslide or avalanche entering into your lake? That is the third thing. Fourth thing is the outflow of the lake. Is it getting into some villages or towns, or is there some defense establishment nearby? So that is the risk part. So these 4 things, if we can assess very accurately, we can fix the problem and we can solve it. So these are so how do we go about the comprehensive assessment? So there is no end to scientific studies. So after doing a large scale assessment, we found that these 6 studies are critical. If we have to do the comprehensive assessment of the lake and get to a solution, these 6 studies are critical. First is the hydrometeorology. We need to set up long-term weather stations, water monitoring to actually ensure that the right technology can be implemented there. Second is how much water is getting discharged from the lake, so that we know that at normal condition, this is the discharge. Third is we need to understand how strong is your moraine dam, especially the foundation below the surface. Is there rock? Is there ice? What is the situation of the dam. Fourth is how much water is there in the lake. Because using remote sensing, you only get to know the area of the lake. But how deep is your lake? Is it 50 meters? Is it 100 meters? Is it 150 meters? That is the fourth study. Fifth is we are now realizing based on this workshop also that other than the volume of water in the lake and how fast the lake is increasing, most of the GLOFs seem to have happened not when the water increased in the lake and the terminal moraine burst. Actually, it is an avalanche or a landslide that comes into the lake. It creates a displacement wave. It breaches the moraine dam, and that seems to be the most common cause of a GLOF. So, in that case, we need to do a slope stability assessment. What is the probability of avalanche or a landslide entering into our lake? So, and then finally, a modeling study in case there is a dam breach, which are the habitations that are going to get affected. So, we found that if we do these 6 studies in a solid manner, we can prepare a lake level risk management plan. So, that is our ultimate target. For these high risk lakes, we'll prepare a lake level risk management plan. So, these studies were all done using in-house experts, and we had a team of 35 experts from the state government departments supported by central government agencies who took up these studies. Meteorological study was done with the support of NDMA, SSDMA, and the Swiss government experts who got us the top quality weather stations. And the main difficulty here is there is no cellular network here. So you require satellite connectivity. There is no grid electricity here, so you require solar power. The second is the electrical resistivity survey, which tells us how strong is your moraine dam. The third is a bathymetric survey, which tells us the depth of your lake. Hydrological study. Then INSAR study we are finding is very important. It can tell us beforehand whether there is some deformation happening. This can tell us objectively whether there is a chance of a landslide or avalanche entering into our lake. And modeling studies to find out the risk below the lake. If we can do these 6 studies in a comprehensive manner, there is a good chance that we can prepare a lake risk management plan and implement it. So this is the hydrometeorological station that was set up. It not only collects weather data, it sends us daily photographs of the lake. So we can assess how the lake is. At the same time, it has got pressure probes. So the water level is also being measured. So these are the photographs from this monitoring station just a few days back. So we can now monitor South Lonak on a daily basis. And when we showed it to our defense security forces, especially ITBP and Indian Army, they were so actually happy to see this, that you can monitor these lakes remotely because all their installations are below. So they all asked us to access this data. So we are having Indian Army, SIB, all of them monitoring this on a daily basis because their camps are all just below the lake. This is the weather data that is coming to us, and it's of great importance. For one of the lakes, we were planning to do solar pump based water lowering. The first thing that the company asked us is, do you have data on the radiation? So luckily the weather station is up and running for the last 1 year. So we had the solar radiation data for the last 1 year, and we can now design the solar pumping. Otherwise we would not have been able to. This is the discharge measurement wherein you try to assess how much is the discharge from your lake. So you can actually keep a quick and easy tab on what is the kind of rate at which your glaciers are melting. Is there some change? If you do it regularly, you'll come to know whether there is a change in this or not. These are the bathymetric studies where an unmanned boat is sent all around the lake to find out the depth of the lake. So it gives you a profile like this. Then, like we said, this is the Mines and Geology Department of the Government of Sikkim. We are trying to assess the strength of the moraine dam. So after this, you get a map like this. Here it is, the blue color that you see here, it is saying that below your terminal moraine, there are big chunks of dead ice. So that makes this lake very risky because if this dead ice melts with global warming, the whole terminal moraine, which is 100 meters high, it can all crumble down. So this is how these studies are helping us to do a risk assessment of our lakes. This is an INSAR study. I think this is a new technology that if it is easily available, it can really help us to find out the probability of landslides and avalanches coming into our lake. The beauty of this technology is it's remote sensing based. The data is freely available, and we can get to understand the deformations in the slopes adjacent to the lake with accuracy of millimeters. So that is the accuracy of this technology. So in case of South Lonak, studies are now telling us that already deformation was happening, and INSAR technology, if it was used earlier, it can be a great help. So for all these high risk lakes, if we can do this INSAR study, we can predict if there is a greater chance of a GLOF coming. So this can be a very good technology to help us to be better prepared for future GLOFs. And one thing I wanted to highlight, that unlike cyclones and typhoons and earthquakes, GLOFs we can predict and we can prevent. So that is how it is different from other disasters. And that is, I think, the the value that scientists and departments can add. And after that, we can do a modeling study to find out if there is a GLOF, which are the various habitations and defense establishment which are going to get impacted. So if we do these studies with the help of experts and using our in-house deep state government departments, we can be in a very good position.
Just one question, please. If you can go back to the INSAR study. Yeah. So, I mean, is it something that is done by Sikkim state government, your scientists, your academicians,
Sir, we
or
don't have the capability. We are looking for some experts who can train my team to do INSAR in-house. So that's why we should be able to do this on our own.
so this came from?
This came from a research paper, sir, that was published just this year. So we wanted to just highlight that this has the potential.
So, sir, if you may remember, we've been discussing this SAR interferometry for 1 year and 1 month, total 13 months. And SDC had opened our eyes to the fact that SAR interferometry is so important. And this is what Dr. Tambe is saying is the thing. It'll tell you whether the slope is shifting or not. So we will have to refocus on this. Thank you. Please carry
सर
on.
इसमें मैं एक और चीज हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूं सर, हम लोग को ये लगता है कि जो ग्लेशियर लेक आउटबर्स्ट फ्लड हम बोलते हैं ना सर, तो वी फील दैट देयर इज गोइंग टू बी इंक्रीज इन लेक वॉल्यूम एंड द लेक विल बस्ट. Actually, we have seen from our experiences in other parts of the world, the mechanism is not like that. The lake is pretty stable. There has to be a trigger. It can be an earthquake, it can be an avalanche, it can be a rock fall. And when it falls into the lake, there is a big wave and it disturbs the terminal moraine. So whether that avalanche or landslide is going to come or not, INSAR can predict in advance because it keeps on monitoring whether there is some deformation happening or not. So if we keep on seeing that, we can predict that this lake is becoming more and more risky. So I think this technology has huge potential to help us to prevent and to predict in a very scientific manner whether there is a GLOF is going to happen or not. So sir, when we did this comprehensive study, some interesting things came up. When we went to study this lake, its depth was 183 meters. So when we had done the assessment of the volume using remote sensing, we never imagined that there would be a lake whose depth would be 183 meters. It turned out to be one of the deepest lakes in the Himalayas. And then sir, there are some very interesting spikes in this lake. We don't know how it is geologically possible. We thought it would be filled up with sediments, but this lake is very unique geologically also. And the amount of water it has is around 34 million meter cube. That is the volume of water in 6 dams. That is the volume of water this lake has. And then at the base of this lake, the terminal moraine, there is large chunks of dead ice. So when global warming happens in the future, this terminal moraine has a large chance of crumbling down. So these are the kind of risk parameters we get to know when we do this intensive studies. And then these bathymetric studies that we talk of, they give us a good idea about the risk that this lake poses. So in this case, you will see the glacier is on the right. So at that part of the lake, it is shallow. And towards the valley, the lake is deep. So if there is an avalanche or if there is a glacier fall, it is going to fall towards the shallow part of the lake. So the risk is much less. So this is how bathymetry can help us to do the risk assessment of the lake. At the same time, sir, this is South Lonak. Now that when we see that this assessment was done before the GLOF, now when we see this bathymetry figure in detail, sir, you can see there is a unique profile there. Just where the landslide came, so there is an indication that there is already a mass movement that was happening there. This is around 100 meters by 100 meters by 100 meters. So it is interesting to know that there was a hint that a scientific study gave us that there is something that is going wrong here. And this is another lake, it's right on the China border. Most of our defense establishments are located here. It is the biggest lake in Sikkim. It is the origin of Tista River and it is 3 kilometers long. So it was very difficult to reach this lake in the first place. Luckily, we had a good partnership with our security forces. Because with their support only we could reach this place. And this is the bathymetric study that we did there. It was so close to the China border that we were told not more than 5 people are allowed in one time. So 5 people went in multiple rounds, and this lake, sir, has 116 million meter cubes of water. So it is the biggest and largest lake in Sikkim. Depth is 110 meters. So now we have started monitoring these lakes very closely. Luckily, sir, the bathymetric profile was there, and the subsurface geology is very good for this lake. There is solid bedrock. So this lake, actually, if we have to make a retention structure, a civil engineering intervention has to be made. There is very solid bedrock at the base of this lake. This is another, sir, the most sacred and holy lake of Sikkim. Together, these three lakes have more than 150 million meter cubes of water. So earlier we thought there is only one lake. When we did the assessment, we found there are two feeder lakes on the top. So here we have to assess this lake as a lake complex, because these three lakes are connected and there is very flimsy moraine in between the two feeder lakes. So these three lakes are now being assessed as a lake complex. So these are coupled lakes. So, sir, there are also opportunities for us in terms of how do we design the retention structures, how do we ensure that our infrastructure is protected. So we get into the mitigation design now. Yeah. And sir, we have ensured that whatever research we have done, we have presented it to the local people so they understand what is happening, why these studies are taking place, what are going to be the outcomes. So that has really helped in the local Gram Panchayat to understand what we are up to. So third part is now designing mitigation. This is where we don't have many success stories in the country. Very few state governments have ventured into this part, and we are now, sir, trying to take that leap of faith and get into designing the first mitigation measures in the country. So, sir, a quick recap, sir, if you permit, of the global experiences all around the world. So how have other countries done the mitigation? So these are 6 methods how other countries have tried to reduce the water level in the lake. The main threat is from the water. If you reduce the water level, the threat comes down. So one is siphoning, reduce the water level. One is pumping. Third is the existing channel, you try to widen it. Fourth is you create a new channel like Nepal did. In Peru and in the Andes, they have this unique technique of cutting the terminal moraine, putting a drainage pipe below and filling it up again. And if your terminal moraine is very strong, it is rocky, you can do tunneling also. So these are the 6 structural measures that have been used globally to reduce the level of water in the lake. These lakes are located in very remote areas, high altitude, no grid electricity, no cellular network, no road network. So doing many of these engineering activities may be a challenging task. So, sir, some of the pilots that the government of Sikkim is now thinking in terms of how do we reduce the threat of these lakes. So the first one, sir, we have this Sakuchu lake. Why this lake was chosen was, if this lake bursts, then the water will reach into the adjacent Thangu village and the defense establishments in just 8 minutes. So there is hardly any time for any early warning and to save our defense establishments and civilian population. And as you can see, sir, the moraine is very flimsy. It's all unconsolidated material. So we can't think of breaching this lake or creating an artificial channel. So one option we are exploring is, so these are the defense establishments, transit camps of the Indian Army where the soldiers acclimatize before they go up, and the engineering unit is there, their hospital is here, all the local population is here in this village. So we are, sir, trying to see whether we can do pumping. And pumping we are exploring using solar water pumps so that it is possible to install it there and to run it in a efficient manner. So when we did the assessment of the terminal moraine, we found that the lake doesn't have a natural outlet. So water is seeping in through the terminal moraine and going down. And up to 6 meters the water is seeping. So if we can reduce the water level by even up to 5 meters, we will be able to reduce the threat, because 5 million cubic meters of water will be pumping out. So that creates a lot of freeboard, so that in case there is a flood, the flood will be contained within the lake. That is what we are planning. And we have done a bathymetric survey. So we know that around, if 5 million meter cube we can pump, around 5 to 10 meters water level we can bring it down. And some solar water pumps have really, the technology has improved over the last decade. So we are talking to some of the best solar water pump manufacturing companies in India to do a technology demonstration for us and to show that even in high altitudes they will be able to do this. And another unique aspect of this project is below this lake there are several dried up lakes. So we want to use this water to fill up those lakes so that it will also act as an ecological restoration project. So that is how we are planning the first project. The second project that we are planning is like at the watershed level. This was at the lake level. So Sakuchu project is at the lake level. So when we went on this expedition to these high altitude lakes, we found that it is very difficult to take all these blue points that you see are the lakes in Sikkim. There are more than 320 of them. New ones are also being formed. So we felt that operating at the lake level may not be possible. It may be not be very cost effective. So what if we do something at the watershed level so that in one go we can safeguard the state from maybe 20-30 lakes in one go and even future lakes that may come up. So this is what we are calling the watershed level intervention, wherein with one structure we'll try to safeguard the state from 30 to 40 lakes. So how does this structure look like? So when we went on this expedition, we tried to retrace the path that was taken by the GLOF. So this is the high altitude area. So we felt that from the high altitude, the GLOF would collect all the debris, deposited it downstream. But when we went to the high altitude, we found a lot of debris deposition. So we were surprised that when the GLOF is coming with such force, it will cascade down, it will create much greater pressure as it comes down, and it will just destroy everything on its path and it will create a very deep gorge. But when we went to this valley, we found that it had deposited most of the debris here. So that was an interesting finding. And as you are looking down the valley, you can see the biggest boulders are on the top, rocks are at the center, and at the bottom, where the army has a helipad, there is just sand there. So the topography and the geometry of this valley is very unique. So how it is unique is if there is a photo, let me show you. So this is how it is. When the GLOF came down from South Lonak, it entered into this valley. The first point of impact was a S-shaped curve. So the river took a S-shaped turn. So the first impact was taken there. Then the river suddenly expands into a valley which is almost 800 meters wide. So from being 80 meters wide, the river suddenly became 800 meters wide. So using high school physics, that A1 V1 is equal to A2 V2. So the velocity of the water suddenly decreased, and then it left all the debris on the top, and only the water went down. And so it gives us a unique opportunity if we can create a small check dam here. So on the left, you can see nature has already made a check dam for us. Half the valley is already covered. If we can block the remaining part, the beauty of this design is that, as you can see on the right, none of the debris are going to come and hit our dam, because the valley, as it widens out to 1 kilometer wide valley, most of the big boulders and rocks are left in the upper reaches. Only the water slows down and it goes down. So in our case, the GLOF collected debris 2 times and deposited it 2 times. So that is how this GLOF was different from the other GLOFs. So this, we are going to do detailed hydrodynamic modeling, consult with experts, talk to dam experts, and try to assess the feasibility of doing this in a cost effective manner. Luckily for us in our valley, nature has provided us amenable topography to actually explore this. If we can do this one project, more than 30-40 lakes risk to the government of Sikkim and our establishments will get covered. So this is one active project that we are designing now. So this location is called Dolma Sampa, and this is one initiative that we are trying. So this dam is not going to stop the water for a long time. The millions of cubic meters of water that comes in a GLOF, this structure will just try to retain it for a week, and the GLOF that would have passed through in a couple of hours will pass through in a week's time. So the impact will be much less. And below this dam, the river becomes very steep, and it is at 4,600 meters. Chungthang Dam is at 2,000 meters. So there is nearly a 2 to 3 kilometer vertical gradient below this dam. So that is one design that we are doing. So 2 projects that we are contemplating is, one is for Sakuchu Lake, which flows directly into Thangu village and the defense establishments. How do we ensure that we can use solar water pumping to reduce the water level? Second intervention is at watershed level, wherein we want to see the possibility of constructing a check dam, which will help us to protect the infrastructure below by creating this retention structure. These are the two projects that the government of Sikkim is actively thinking, and no one in the government of India has actually implemented a mitigation project so far that we are aware of. So the super high altitude being first time in the country, using a whole of government approach, and though the problem of global warming and climate change is there, local solution has to be found, has to be culturally acceptable, and using public money to implement these projects. Sometimes you start thinking when you are sleeping at night time, I hope you get out of this without any difficulties. So this is what we are, but we have got very strong political support, and Rizvi sir from NDMA has given us so much confidence and motivation that we have taken the leap and we have started going to the next step. So the experience of Sikkim, I would just like to summarize. GLOF impacts are far-reaching and irreversible. It can totally cripple the economy of a state, and it will take you decades to recover. That is our experience. And if you have to approach this problem, you have to use whole of government approach. Glaciologists, hydrologists, ecologists, geologists, don't forget civil engineers, because they are the ones who are going to design the structures. And administrators are equally important to run these projects. Develop in-house capabilities, because there are so many lakes. For every lake, you can't request an IIT or you can't request CDAC to come and do your work. They can come once in a while to train your team. They can't come every time. Defense forces are critical. You won't be even able to reach these lakes if the defense forces don't help you. So in our case, the doctor support was provided by ITBP, vehicular support was provided by ITBT. Defense forces shared their information with us. So without their strong partnership, we wouldn't have been able to perform in this landscape. Like I said, INSAR monitoring is a very useful tool. We have to find ways and means of being able to do it at the state level. Modeling studies also for flood propagation and designing our check dams. These are some things that will be really useful. And at the same time, we have now started doing these mitigation projects. So all state governments, if we can do these mitigation projects and demonstrate proof of concept, we will be moving many steps ahead in our plan to make our states, our country safe from this new natural disaster that has come up. And finally, I think for all the states, while we do it to save our habitations, our towns, our infrastructure, it will be the biggest contribution to the national security of the country, because we have seen the situation in Sikkim when the national highway got broken. It took 1 year to repair the highway above Lachen. And all the defense establishments, whether it is ITBP, Indian Army, all of them are positioned above the road. So the kind of difficulty they faced, we all saw that. So I think this project can have multiple advantages, like we say, co-benefits. It will help in safeguarding our environment, our infrastructure, and ensuring also that our national security is not compromised. So with that, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tambe. That was excellent work. Please come and be seated. And as I'm very sure everybody's feeling the glaciated environment, so we have requested them to increase temperature by at least 4 degrees. Sir, would you like to?
Yeah, I must congratulate you on a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much. That actually lays down a long-term approach to mitigation, which is extremely important. Just one quick observation, since we are going to work in 4 states and maybe we will also include 2 more states, 2 more union territories, Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. We need to develop a workable model, through which we are able to cover all the glacial lakes which are at risk. We are looking at 180 risks minimum. So we need to develop a workable model through which we cover all these 180 lakes within a reasonable period of time. There are 2 things involved here. One, of course, is the time frame within which we can do that. You can do the risk assessment over a period of 3 years. You can also do it within 2 months. It all depends upon the methodology. How elaborate it is and what kind of data you are collecting. What kind of data is sufficient? But I think it's very important to be practical about it and look at some of these things in a reasonable time frame and reasonable cost also. Risk assessment could be any cost, it could be any cost. Similarly, for the mitigation, how do we try to design and implement a mitigation program within a reasonable time period at a reasonable cost? We need to think of some kind of a modular budget, say 5 crore, 10 crore for each lake or something, it can't vary across states. One state is doing it for 50 crores, one state is doing for 10 crores, so we need to develop those kind of models which we can apply to all the states, because we are now in the process of developing the programs. The program has been sanctioned, the states need to develop it. The states need to have those benchmarks, through which they can develop the estimates for various activities, which include early warning, monitoring, mitigation. And it has to be reasonable, it has to be comparable across the states. So you need to suggest the model for these things as well. That's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll go for comments to Isimor, Madam Finu Shrestha. So from your experience of working with those 8 countries that are directly with the host glacial lakes and the ones that are affected, so what is your assessment about these mitigation measures, primarily one of pumping and two of a retention dam? Is there any generic assessment you can share, or would you like some time to think and we can go to someone else and then?
So for Isimod, we haven't directly involved in the mitigation measures. We only provide the expertise, knowledge, and information regarding glacier lakes, and also the surrounding features like the topography and the geomorphology. But engineering's perspective, like the construction of dam or siphoning, they have the different experts that are providing in Nepal, especially during Chorolpa and Imja GLOF mitigation. So for the reason, when Thorthormi Glacier Lake has been reduced, so the government, Royal Government of Bhutan has consulted Nepal. So because the lake is situated in a very high altitude and it's difficult to take all that engineering, like the heavy machines, everything, it was not possible in Nepal. So human resources, I think a lot of human resources were deployed there to excavate and reduce the lake. So that was directly, the ICMOD has been directly providing support to Royal Government of Bhutan. So besides that, only technical expertise and to build the capacity or the competency of the technical experts regarding glacial lake hazard assessment or risk assessment, that ISMUD has been supporting to the regional partner
Okay,
of
thank you.
country.
So, Nepal, since you were the first ones to start thinking about mitigation in this region, and Nepal went to mitigate risks from Shoralpa and Imja. So, can Mr. Mohanchand give us some details about how you decided those 2 lakes and not others?
Okay. Uh, Can I go for some slide to show some of
Yeah,
the
yeah. I hope it's not 20 slides. Huh? How many slides is it? Yeah, yeah, please. You have it ready? Okay, please, please. So till then, while you get onto the thing, okay. Is the presentation ready? No, the one on from Nepal. Okay, while it comes on, so I'd go to Bhutan, Mr. Sange. So how did you decide on going to mitigate risk from Thorthormi Lake and not others?
Thank you. Um, Actually, the first mitigation wasn't the Thorthrum. Actually, it was on the adjoining lake, what we called Rapstring Lake, which was actually a GOI supported back in 1997 up till to 1999. It was a 3 years project, and the first mitigation, actual extracting the excavation for the widening of channel was conducted in Rustring Lake, which is adjoining to Thorthormi Lake, which is supposed to be one of the riskiest this day, till this day, yeah. So we started in 1997 up till 2000. GeoI supported. We lowered it by, I think it was around 6 meters. And as in follow up, the thought for me why we considered was it so happened that these two lakes are adjoining each other, and one lake stays 74 meters up with the elevation difference, another one is 74 meter below, and it's just separated by a very thin moraine, which is only at 34 meters, and it is just withstood by dead ice in between. So that's why of course the vulnerability and exposure downstream was very high. So this is how we actually selected that to be the next project. In It went from 2008 up till 2013, 4 years. So project.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mohanchan, Dr. Mohanchan, if you can just go to those slides which concern mitigation measures.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think most of the slide they might be belongs to the like very similar to the whatever explained by the Sandeep. The model proposed for the Sikkim, which was already practiced in Nepal in case of the Imja Glacier and Chololta. So these are the few examples. Like in the initial stage, we did a like series of preliminary assessment, and also then at the end of like when we need to mitigate the glacial lake we did the like very comprehensive observation of the glacier lake using the all of the measurements like bathymetry, like water level sensor, geophysical investigation using the ERT, GPR, drone, or everything, whatever technology is available. All the technology were used to investigate or to find some of the like fact of the glacial lake. So including the like some scientific measurement, we also did some community based like awareness program, capacity building programs, like also like mock drill in the downstream of the Imja Glacier Lake. So in this case, controlled channel structure was constructed in 2016, which is like in support of the Nepal Army, also like funded by the UNGP. So here we reduced the water level by 3.4 meters, and then community-based early warning system has been installed, I think, which is already discussed several times during different session here. So we also prepared some of the evacuation center, though we have like community based early warning system. So if there is like sudden changes in water level, or if there is alert from the government side, there are already some evacuation center established in different settlements in the downstream region, and then some disaster management community has been established so that they can communicate or coordinate with the different level of government, and then some mock drill events has been done. So this particular project was like cost of $7.2 million. So it was quite huge. It means like due to the like terrain or inaccessibility, so the cost was like quite high. So only one. This is a kind of like how we monitor currently the glacial lakes in the different level.
You could please stick to just the mitigation measures because we discussed all this yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are some of the facts we did for the Imja glacial lakes, like some photographs I want to highlight by you from the different stakeholders. And this was the final gated structure that was made in the Imja glacial lake at the
Yeah, so
5,000.
please hold here. Now the question here is that you lowered the lake, Imja Lake, by about 3 meters, making this structure. How did you decide which part of the moraine to cut?
Actually, it was the existing outlet channels. We just deepen out that existing channels and then lower the lake level by 3.4 meters. And then we have like some controlled structure as well. So if we want to like uh, remove more water, we also can make in the future as well. But right now we have like just to reduce the 3.4 meters. Although there was no any guidelines why the 3.4 meter was chosen, but previously in another lake was also similar water level lowering was done, so it was just chosen due to that fact. But there was no any like scientific reason behind 3.4 meter. But it means like it will make a more safer than the previous. That is the one only the logic.
So can I just hold you there? So our Swiss colleagues, if you can, mic for them, please. If we can get an understanding from you as to, we've had this discussion last year as well as this year, that how do we decide which part of the end moraine? Is it the part where there is already an outlet or some other one? What are the things to decide on?
Yes, I think that is crucial to understand where to build that channel. I think a lot of interesting geophysical approaches have been done with these geoelectric studies. On one hand, to really know where is the dead ice. We all know these moraines are very active. We could see it at South Lonok. Dead ice is exposed now due to the GLOF. So we really have to understand it in the field by field survey, geological survey, also get an understanding of the geotechnical properties, how much sand, clay, and so on is in the moraine. So we can investigate it. We have all the tools to understand it, and I think it's very well on track in Sikkim to understand that, and that's the base then for planning.
So your advice is that if there is no dead ice, then you're okay to cut the lateral moraine or the end moraine.
Then it is much less risky if we don't have dead ice. Yes, that's true.
And if you do, as we have in South Lona,
at the moment for South Lonok, accessing that outlet is very difficult. So we have a lot of landslides there, as we have to think about work safety. Constructing there at the moment, from my point of view, is not really advisable because we do have a lot of landslides there. So for South Lonok, I think more studies have to be done, really, if we want to
you were there
widen or deepen the outlet. From my point of view, at the moment, it's very dangerous to work there. I wouldn't send personnel in that gorge for constructive measures. It is not an equilibrium. Dead ice is exposed. We have seen a lot of landslides, redfall happening there. There is dust in the air. It's not the moment for working at this very outlet.
So this was your experience last week when you were there with that joint NDMA SDMA team.
Exactly. I could see the situation 1 year before and 1 year after, and comparing it. So it is really, as said, very active and not in equilibrium. So it's
so only that side is having landslides where the original slope subsidence happened, or is it at the end moraine side?
We see at several parts where landslides are occurring. One is the outlet structure that is not stable at the moment, but also on the northern moraine, close to where that landslide occurred that triggered was probably the GLOF. We see also smaller landslides there. There has a delta has formed in the lake, so a lot of sediment is flowing. Also from North Lonok Lake, water is infiltrating in that slope, so it is very active, and we got it confirmed also by INSAR. We've been talking about INSAR in ferrometric analysis, and results show very clearly that the northern slope still shows some activities. It is less active than last year, but we can really monitor landslides on the larger compartments of the lateral moraine that are still moving at the moment.
So your report said that it was difficult to approach the North Lonok Lake because of the unstable uh, rock structure there. And last year also, I think they could not approach. That was Sikkim government's report. So is there dead ice in the distance between North Lonok Lake and South Lonok Lake?
I expect icy structures from North Lonok to South Lonok, like even though we couldn't make a field investigation so far, but looking at the images and geomorphological structures we can see on satellite images, we do expect dead ice also that INSAR interpretation of this data suggests that probably there is a lot of dead ice between North Lonok and South Lonok.
Thank you. So, sir, there was just one point, sir. In 2014, 15, 16, when CDAC had gone up, So they sent us that report recently that they had said North Lonak and South Lonak are equally unstable, and they were half the size, both of them, of what they are. So the real big thing is what Bhutan had just explained. So they have a lake just above South Lonak, which is as bad as the South Lonak lake. So it's a difficult place.
So while you are on this subject, can you just help us? How do we arrive at some of these decisions? What is the institutional basis? How should we organize ourselves institutionally to get the kind of advice on the series of things, a gamut of actions from early warning to mitigation? What has been done in Switzerland that we can emulate? Of course, we have a number of institutions working in this area, but not on an end-to-end basis. So it is very important that we have some institutional expertise which can provide us a very comprehensive solution. Thank you.
Yes, on institutional level, I can give you some experiences in Switzerland. We also have a national level that is giving funding, but not consultation. And then we have the cantons in Switzerland, similar as the states. They are responsible then for mitigation measures to implement the measures. And then we have even the community level, and that's in Switzerland very particular. They are very, very important because of acceptance of mitigation measures. So if we really want to implement it and get the green light for constructive measures, so the local communities have a lot of power and they have to be in the boat. So there are these three levels of institutions. They have to sit together. Otherwise, implementation takes a very, very long time. That is the experience. So they can block each other. And I advise at an early stage to make one table, national, state level, and local level, together in a boat to implement it fast. That is one of our main experience we made in Switzerland.
Thank you very much.
So there are two questions, follow-up questions. One will be to GSI on what is your assessment between South Lonak and North Lonak. And after that, we would like to go to Sikkim to understand what their views are on this North Lonak susceptibility.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Sir, I am Ajay Kumar, Director from Clistology Division, JSI, Lucknow. Sir, yesterday we have made a presentation, detailed discussion on the.
Can you just keep your mic close?
On the stability of the North and South Lonak Lake. The reason for structures present in between North and South Lonak Lake, it suggests that the area is suggests that the presence of ice beneath the dam supporting the North Lonak Lake. And the left lateral moraine consists of phyllite and quad-biota schist. So that rock is non-resistant to weathering, and when it gets saturated by rain, it can be slide anytime. So the left lateral moraine and the area lying between the upper and lower North Lonak Lake is unstable. And one fault is also between both the lakes. So even a low intensity that earthquake or seismicity can destabilize the area within both the lakes. So the North Lonak Lake do not have any exit channel, only seasonal flow is coming outside. So we can, by lowering the water from upper that lake, we can make a channel and detailed study, geophysical study, will be carried out to know the exact that presence of ice inside the moraine. And if ice is present, so for any mitigation measure, we can suggest drilling to know the exact depth of that ice to make a channel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tamre.
So the South Lonak Lake, North Lonak Lake, South Lonak Glacier, North Lonak Glacier, they all seem to be coupled because the North Lonak discharge is of the glacier is also coming into South Lonak Lake. So we have to look at it as a complex because all of them are interconnected. And the discharge, seasonal discharge from North Lonak, like you said, and the discharge from North Lonak Lake is coming into the South Lonak Lake at the same point where the landslide happened. So in a way that discharge has a role in actually making that part very fragile. And then we also know there was heavy rainfall in the night before on 3rd October, 2nd October, those areas got very heavy rainfall. Our weather stations have also shown that the not only the amount of rainfall, intensity of rainfall on 3rd October, 4th October was very high. So when you have seasonal discharge flowing into a lateral moraine, which is already fragile, and it can result in landslides. So in that context, when we now talk of mitigation, so finally we have to take a call. We may not have all the information in our hand, but we know that the terminal moraine has got dead ice. Please, please.
Water which is coming from through seepage from Upper Lake, North Nunak Lake to South Nunak Lake is sufficient to saturate the lake lateral moraine. So to saturated by that rain. So that part is very fragile. With that moraine is underlain by that phyllite and quartz biotacite. So that can be easily saturated. So whole part is unstable.
Exactly.
Whether rain is not required, I think that seepage is sufficient. So while that making a channel, we should take care both the ice lying between the within the that moraine and the water should be trained in such a way that that moraine not get saturated to induce that slide.
Yeah. We did not come across any evidence of heavy rainfall or extremely heavy rainfall
Sir,
preceding the event.
yeah, sir, the weather station in Sakuchu did indicate that we had high intensity of rainfall. The weather station in South Lonak was not working that time, but Sakuchu has indicated. So just coming to the mitigation measures. So
Sir, just before that incidence, that earthquake was observed, but we don't have any link with that earthquake because that intensity was very low. But that we do not have any evidence to support because we planned to visit that area that Sikkim government planned, but we could not visit due to bad weather. If could reach there, then we can confirm collect some evidences.
Thank you. Yes, IIRS. This here, please. Please introduce yourself and then.
Sir, myself Praveen Thakur from IRS. So just few comments. First regarding the rainfall, sir. It's 5,000 meter, and in October most probably it may be the snowfall. So we don't know exactly the trigger, but it can be wet snowfall or otherwise.
weather station indicated snowfall only.
Yes.
We have a code. The code was 70.
Yeah,
70 is
so it's
snowfall.
snowfall. So it may be the avalanche and then sudden reduction. And regarding this, sir, interferometry, it's a very strong technique, but we have to be very cautious because until unless we monitor entire slope and we get the signatures, and most of the triggers they are very rapid. So whether it is Yoshimat, whether it is this type, the persistent scatters, what you see the red area, they after the event. So what we need before the event, and many of these unstable slopes in Switzerland and in French Alps, they use the ground-based interferometric radars, so which are permanently located and continuously monitoring that station. So space, it's a very strong technique, but it has limitations of spatial and temporal, especially the temporal resolution. So if you want the full-fledged interferometry, it should be the ground-based SAR. But then for installation, they may need some power and other permanent installations.
Thank
And
you.
in Himachal, sir, there is already Himachal Public Works Department 2017, and recently those people who visited Gepang. So there is already on the right hand side they have put the open spillway, and it doesn't allow the Gepang to reach the increase in the that freeboard. So it always maintains the difference between the water level. And it's the open spillway. There is no gate, but it is in the lower level. So that was constructed, I think, maybe 10-15 years ago. So it is one of the examples, the open spillway without any gate, which maintains the water level at a safe level in a glacial lake.
Excellent point. So you've introduced a new thing, which is basically a spillway concept that don't touch the moraine, just build a spillway so that all the incremental starts moving out. So that is something which we can do everywhere, I think. So that is a great idea. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, we have a question at the back.
Good morning, sir. My name is Gagandeep Singh. I'm from NIDM. Sir, your presentation was very interesting. I have a thought. You showed an image where you were proposing that we can make a dam over there, जो आपने diagram में white block दिखाया. But sir, for suppose हमने एक dam बना दिया and we just figure in the upstream. Most we cannot show the magnitude of that event. Already we have some huge infrastructure, एक बड़ा सा dam वहाँ बनाया. But ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है सर that how do you decide the dimension of the dam? What will be the exact structure? We don't know what's coming. So that solution can also be destructive. We are proposing a constructive solution, but it can be destructive, and in the downstream it would bring a lot of additional debris, which would be from the dam structure. So I just thought.
Yeah, that is an important point that we have considered. So, like I said, we know what is going to come because the GLOF has already come and the marks of the GLOF are available. We saw how the debris came, where they got deposited. So, we have a lot of information on the GLOF event. Like you rightly said, we are engaging with some of the top institutes in the country, also with Swiss experts to do a modeling exercise. So, we have collected field observations also from the flood that has happened. So we can use that to calibrate our model also. Some of the top IITs of the country, some of the top national institutes of the country, Swiss experts are joining hands with us along with the Department of Water Resources. So we plan to do that kind of a modeling exercise to answer the specific questions that you are telling us, whether it is the right location to make the check dam, what should be the height of the check dam, what should be the design. So we will try to model, have a prototype and answer those questions before we finalize the feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just to go back to his presentation, he had mentioned this part that the immediately outside the lake, there were lots of boulders there. It was only the water that had moved out because it was a wide area, and also the fact that maybe the slope wasn't that steep at the beginning. So the water had just moved on and leaving the debris behind. But when it comes to a steep slope and a narrow valley, then the water and the debris also moves. Then he had mentioned the S. So that S curve where it meets. So now this we have certification not from NDMA but from chairman of NDSA who was here yesterday. So he had exactly the same objection as you had. So Dr. Tambe had then explained the S. But when it comes to the S, it slows down and all the pressure goes out and then the level thing. So it leaves the debris boulders over there. So it won't hit your detention dam as badly as it hit the Chungtan dam because of that. So NDSA chief told him very clearly that if this is the generic story, then that is the place to make the retention dam. So, and he's the person who will say yes or no when CWC takes up this matter. Yes, there's a question next to you. Just one moment, please. After this, we'll go to Alonso for an experience from Peru. And then we have the show Rolpa Lake from Dr. Mohanchan, who got rudely interrupted by me. I'm sorry about that. But yes, after you, please.
Yes, so, my name is Arpit Prabha. I'm from NIDM. So about that debris. So we are talking about that this debris is getting deposited over there. So earlier you showed that there is 13 meters of debris that was deposited. And there's a very high chance that 13 meters debris was remaining. The rest of it got washed away. So are we not creating a source of debris over there for future events? Because these debris were getting deposited over here, and if there is another cloudburst or another GLOF, this area will actually act as a source for the next events which are coming. And as we saw yesterday, that there are cascading events as well. So an event which is not that destructive at the source might become destructive because of this stored debris over here. So anything on that?
Yeah, so your question is very similar to the previous one. So we'll try to get more information, more evidence, do modeling, develop prototypes to answer your question.
Plus, such a that widening of that valley, it is
at times connected with tectonics as well. So if there is a fault and there's some sort of activity, that widens. So I think we need to consider that tectonic part as well, because that if there's a neotectonic fault, it might add into the debris also.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's a good point. Dr. Ashim Sattar cannot be said no to. Yes, please. Give mic for him. Please hold mic. Yes, okay.
Good morning. This is Dr. Ashim Sattar from IIT Bhubaneswar. So I just wanted to point out what Tambi sir said. Well, we have a live example of this South Lonak, which is, which is a lot of studies have gone here before from the last 2 decades, and then something happened. So this is an example, and then with models, you get to know from where did the erosion happen and where did the deposition happen, right? So these retention dams can be planned based on where exactly. So with models, you will be able to find out where velocity, what was the velocity and the depth at places where erosion happened and where deposition happened. Where did the flow velocity come down? What was the reason? Was it just the slope or the shape of the valley? So we have all the answers from this event, and then accordingly we can, I think, Sikkim government along with experts from different IITs and civil engineers can plan. And that is what we have a natural example. For example, in South Lonak, uh, if we come down 10 kilometers, we have a natural dam, which is a paleolateral moraine. So there was a glacier which existed before that, advanced and cross-cut the valley of South Lonak, and they deposited those 50-meter high lateral moraines. And what happened during the South Lonak GLOF? It came and hit this lateral moraine and curved this path, and that's where the energy of the GLOF reduced. So that's a live example. And then immediately after the lateral moraine, we see a lot of deposition of the sediments, which greatly reduced the impact of this South Lonak GLOF downstream in Chungthang and other places. So in that case, we definitely have a lot of information, and learnings from this event can help us design things for the rest of the country.
Excellent point. So, who? So if there is a view on the check dam from the Swiss experts.
Yeah, just to add to what Professor Ashim said, I think the modeling is the base to find the location and dimensioning the dam. So just one more point. We are talking about engineering. Let's not forget ecology. You asked me about administrative issues or lessons learned. We learned also from Switzerland we should think about ecology. We are now in the national park here. Let's also plan these dams in a way they are ecologically acceptable and a good example for upscaling in these nature parks.
Thank you.
There is always this issue of being wise after the event. I mean, the important thing is to be wise before the event. And for that, we need to have some basic things, being monitored on a concurrent basis, continuous basis. One is that the water level in the lake. Very simple. If the water level is going up, it is going to create a serious hazard. So you can do a lot of studies and all that, and one fine day, I mean, the lake is going to burst. This is what happened in Nepal. This is what is happened in Bhutan. It's not that these lakes were not being studied. They were being studied extensively, and yet the lake burst. So we need to, I think, apply some of very practical parameters to understand the level of hazard and address it, at least to prevent the outburst of the flame. And we can do a whole lot of modeling just to understand what went wrong, how we can do. But the fact remains that the dam is gone, 300 people died, and we can just be, wise after the event, which is of little use. The point is, how do we, develop certain protocol through which we apply standard mitigation measures to reduce the level of risk. That's really the challenge. And we need to be more practical about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Alonso, I'm so sorry we came back to you so late, but can
It's
you tell us about that experience in Peru?
Yeah, actually, that's going on in Peru and also in Bolivia. And in those two countries, the name of the game is lowering the volume of the lakes, mainly because the a lot of the mitigation strategies are still at the very early stages at this moment because the melting has been so rapid and beyond the estimations of the technical authorities that, for example, in Peru, the previous dangerous lake inventory that was carried out at the beginning of the 2000 accounted for 300 and something lakes, glacier lakes. And we'll be presenting the latest inventory has been carried out by the INAIHEM, which is the Technical Institution of Glaciology in Peru. Peru now has 500 and almost 550 lakes. From those, around the 10% is highly critical. So, for the governments, the fastest way to act is try to lower the levels of the lake and retrofitting the dikes, the dams, because the moraines are roughly the half of the moraines are in a very weak state. So I'd say those will be the main strategies so far, but we are aware that that's not enough. And also, the government, we're trying to advocate for the bog ecosystem because nature-based solutions are critical, especially downstream, because a lot of reforestation incentives given for the communities to try to keep vacant the margins of the river is important because the people is invading the margins of the rivers. So you can start building dams and small dikes, but the people that's is a perversive incentive because when the people see the flatten the terrain, they immediately start to growing corn or whatever, or building new houses in there. So the alternative is try to look back at the nature-based solutions and reforestation and some sort of activities that not only protect the community but also generate some additional income for the communities for lumbering and so on and so forth. And also the touristic activities in the areas have been also seen as a channel for enhancing prevention and also mitigation. But mainly the key challenges and the urgent thing is to lowering the levels of the lakes and retrofitting the dikes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you. That brings us to the close of the last session, and we will now move to the valedictory session. We have Dr. P.K. Mishra in our midst and his additional secretary, Mr. Harid Ranjan Rao. So, we will thank our participants and we'll move to the next final session. Huh? Oh, no, that.
So with this, we have successfully completed the 2 days workshop on GLOF risk mitigation, and we have reached almost at the end of the deliberation. Now we will have a brief closing session where we will be honored by the presence of Honorable Dr. P.K. Mishra Sir, Principal Secretary to Prime Minister, who will deliver the valedictory address. And for that, I will request Honorable Sir to kindly take your seat on the stage. Along with that, I also request members of NDMA to take seat on the stage. Also, advisor sir, if you can kindly take your seat. So, I would like to request Sir Safi Hassan Rizvi sir to provide an overview of the technical workshop, which would be summarizing the key takeaways from the base session. This will set the stage for the valedictory address. Over to you, please, sir.
So, sir, this is an overview of what we discussed from session 1 to 7 in these last 2 days. We have tried not to put in our views and other things. We've just taken the slides from the presentations presented to us, and some of them maybe repeat, so I'll just skip them. There's no time to edit it right now, otherwise, I would have. So, sir, how we started off 1 year and 1 month ago was we started off with the most discussed subject, that of South Lonak. I don't need to dwell on that. We created a very informal, equal type of mechanism called CODA, Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, in which we just started talking because we found these three things missing: coordination and lack of consistency, as in when there was a meeting, nobody followed it up with minutes, nobody went back and said, what is the feedback on the minutes? So we started doing that in a very religious way. And communication, we were not talking to each other, the agencies at the center to the agencies in the states or otherwise, or even within the states, there was a lot of lack of communication. So these three things were our primary problems, which we sought to resolve through the means of CODA. The other thing that was missing was the clarity on who's going to do what. So that is something which has been fairly sorted out now, sir. Then the objectives. So objectives were always like the general story was that you do assessment. So there were a lot of assessments and a lot of studies available. Then the second part was install monitoring stations, then install EWS. So everybody had a fair bit of expertise on these subjects. But what we found was that the word mitigation and actual risk reduction of the lakes was somewhat missing from detailed and intensive discussion. So we brought that up front and we said, this is what we are after. The hazard assessment and the monitoring comes alongside, not in front of it. And then we said, let's plan for scale. We are not going to do one lake a year. We are not going to do two lakes a year. We are going to do several lakes a year. And we are going to hit them all as they come and hit us. So we are going to hit them before they hit us. So these were the 5 key stories of what we inherited after October of 2023. One of the big achievements of CODA was that the Department of Water Resources created a committee under the Central Water Commission, which finalized this criteria. This in itself was not finalized. So they finalized a criteria of about 13 such factors which decide the risk profile of a lake, and they put into 4 categories. So the category that NDMA had made, A, B, C, D, that A, B, C, D will slowly morph into 1, 2, 3, 4. And that 1, 2, 3, 4 is what CWC has finalized. And our database of ABCD will slowly morph into the 1, 2, 3, and 4. CWC yesterday, Mr. Mathuria was here. He gave us a presentation, and they have used this criteria of mapping. They have looked at 100 glacial lakes for which they have been consistently mapping these lakes for the last 10 years based on National Remote Sensing Center satellite imagery that they get regularly. Those 100 glacial lakes in India that they map, they made their flow paths. And they also manage, from the vulnerability point of view, the mapping of damage centers. Damage centers they've defined as population, habitations, dams, bridges, roads. So it's a fairly decent vulnerability mapping, definitely requires much more work. Then they also found that which of the stuff reaches the CWC stations that are en route the flow path, so that they can continue to monitor everything that happens on such glacial lakes. So some of the charts that they provided, I'm showing the ones for the really smaller states that are a bit weaker on resources, was to encourage them that they should come forward and also see CWC. They see GSI and CDAC as their partners. You should also see CWC as a partner. And feel free to just send them an email and you will get a great response. So they've already made a flow path of glacial lakes that are greater than 10 hectares. This is the map for Ladakh that CWC has created. And there is one for Arunachal. We have our colleagues from Arunachal Pradesh here. So they have already created one for you. You have already done great work there. So it would be nice to just drop them an email, copy it to us. We'll follow it up for you. Now we come to the international participation. One of the most important things that Dr. Mishra had told us when we had met him in the beginning was that we must do international cooperation and participation. Otherwise, how will we learn what the world has learned, what are the positives they've learned, and what are the disadvantages? So, Professor Alonso, who's an expert on several things, especially the community part and the vulnerability part, exposed us to the fact that just having focusing on EWS in his part of the world, as in Latin America and the Andes, was not enough. They have been focusing a lot on vulnerability and exposure. Then he made a deep point about how EWS does not just control the event, hence, EWS is just a small part of your solution. It does not address any underlying vulnerability and the scope is limited. Hence, you need to do all your mitigation measures, your community based measures. You should get the community involved. You should have flood containment systems like what we discussed, retention walls, lake lowering, or whatever else. So, he set a decent stage for us to start having our discussions on the international aspects. Then we got a very serious participant from Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, she had slightly low blood pressure, so we had to take her to the doctor. She's much better now. In which she told us something in a very casual way that each year preventive measures are promptly carried out to reduce breakthrough risks at 15 to 18 moraine lakes in Kazakhstan. By saying each year, she's telling us that this is a very simple, standardized, year after year solution. Exactly what Dr. Vatsa has mentioned, that has to be a long term solution. Like Bhutan told us that they started in 97. So they just continued. So they are on the third stage of EWS systems. So this is something that has to become part of a big program or a big plan, which should just continue year after year. They do expanding and deepening of flow channels every year. They install and activate siphons also with diameters of 20 to 30 centimeters. So this is a regular part for the course for them, and we are right now discussing the first ones that we are going to do. And pumping. So they've been following these three methods: siphoning, pumping, and also the flow channel method, which Bhutan and Nepal have used. Then we came to Bhutan. So Bhutan showed us how much of good quality EWS systems, control rooms, and connectivity they had created. The green paths are the wherever they have installed their stations, and they showed the photographs of their control room and everything. They also showed us the Thorthormi Lake, which eventually went through a mitigation phase, and how they had reduced the volume by about half a meter. And in that lake, there are two subsidiary lakes. So on the right side, you see how much of water they managed to reduce over four such attempts. So 2009, 10, 11, and 12. After that, maybe also they've done, and maybe I'm missing out that point. Then we came to Nepal. So in Nepal, as I rudely interrupted Dr. Mohan Chand, Shorolpa and this was for Imja Lake. So Imja Lake, sorry, one second. Yeah, this was the Shorolpa Lake. This is the mitigation measures they deployed. And this is the Imja Lake where they reduced it by 3 meters. So these two lakes are done in Nepal, and they are very proud of the fact that after their mitigation measures, hasn't been a negative event in these two lakes. These four, Dr. Mohan Chand provided us, are their next four on target. So these four, they are doing their studies and they are doing their entire check, and they are moving ahead as fast as they can. So that was a very good overview we got from Nepal, Bhutan, Kazakhstan, and from the Andes. Then Nepal opened our eyes to the fact that glacial melt is not only happening at the snout, it's happening on the glaciers. Somewhere in the middle, lakes are getting formed. Several lakes are getting formed at four of their glaciers. So this is another thing which we haven't seen from any other partners. So this is something we would like to start taking a look at in India as well. When this is a global problem that everybody mentioned, Professor Alonso mentioned, the Swiss mentioned, they have a problem in Nepal, Bhutan, everywhere. And when our Sikkim team went up this time on the second of their third expeditions for a long 15-day expedition, then one of their senior officers had to more or less stay back at one of the habitations, which she called as hostage. And so she had to stay back because they said, okay, this one team can go, this team has to stay back. So the religious bringing them into the entire participatory decision making is super important. It has to literally start from them. They were delayed by 2 days because they had to do serious discussions with the local community before going to the lake. When the community had very serious reservations about actually entering the lake. So to put in probes, the water pressure probes, they had to go up. GSI told us they had to go up on a glacier, and then from the glacier, they had to do all kinds of stuff to basically figure out how to put the probes in. So it is difficult, but it has to be done. And there is no way, this is one very serious issue which is discussed as a side issue, but I think it's one of the main issues. Now we come to the 6 states and union territories as to how they have done. So just a short overview, sir. We had given them 54 lakes as A, B, C, and D as high risk. However, they've done their own analysis and they've worked with J&K University and other scientists in their local academic networks, and they have made it 68. They created the focus group on monitoring of these lakes. They have about 600 lakes, but these are the heights on which they are. And they're doing all three. They've just about started doing all three key technical things required on these lakes. These terms were very new to me, at least, when I came here. But now I see that all 6 states are talking about these things as if they're very normal stuff. So, bathymetry, electrical resistivity surveys to figure out if there is any ice or dead ice in the moraine, and ground penetration radars. These three things, all 6 states and UTs are treating as something that they have to do, and they're very good at it. These are one of the pictures they provided of the Sonsar lakes. This and the Sheshnag Lake are just above the Sri Amarnath Yatra route, which opens up in the summer months, which is the time when the glacial lakes are most at risk. Then they made all the regular studies and what about at a 45-degree slope, what will be the impact on the Sonsar Lake. So they have categorized it, and soon they will also be using the CWC methodology to categorize it further. They went a step ahead. They actually did 4 lakes this time. 2 of the lakes were on the Sri Amarnath Yatra route. Of these two, they went and found 5 more. On the same route above, there are 5 more lakes, one of which they have said is that there are 5 smaller glacial lakes along the route, and one of these is particularly notable as it is dammed by a moraine situated. So this is that lake, very small, doesn't look at all dangerous, but it requires some deeper study. So the contribution that JNK has done is that one, they have started they on their first ever set of multi-department expeditions. 5 or 6 departments went up there together, and they have started contributing to this whole thing, and their whole system has come together as a kind of a success of the way in which we are moving at the problem. Himachal has done 3 lakes. They had planned to do 4. So they have managed to do 3 because of bad weather. They had to come back from 1 or 2. In some cases, it was a bit hilarious also that they went off to the wrong on the wrong path. So all these things have to happen in the first attempt, and then they came back mumbling and muttering. But anyways, that was something that was par for the course. It has to happen when we start on these new expeditions. So this is one of the lakes which they have discovered that the moraine dam wall is collapsing. So they feel that the Baspa upstream lake is a bit of a high risk endeavor, and CDAC helped them into the study. So this is the end moraine of that lake where we can see the dead ice and how it's cracking up and how the danger is increasing. This is the that kind of boat which has some complex name, which does all the bathymetry studies, which eventually look like this. So this has again become par for the course. Almost every state has done bathymetry studies, which is what we had expected. The second lake they went to was Vasuki Lake. If we look at the size of this Vasuki Lake, it doesn't look very large from this photograph. However, if we look at the far end, that dark part, that dark dead ice is actually this high. I mean, I don't know how many meters, but it must be quite high. This is the scale of the problem when we go to just one lake. And this is a 19-hectare lake, increased 30% in 8 years. So CDAC has helped Himachal do these 2 studies. We wish that CDAC could scale up from just 2 or 3 a year to 15 to 20 a year. This is the same request we have made of GSI and of CWC, IIRS, and we'll also make the same to NIH. You're the only persons who have these resources. Please expand your teams, and next year, let's go much further than this. NRSC satellite imagery was used to map the increase in size. The red one is the new one, 2024, and the black one is the 2017 size of the lake. This is what the bathymetry study shows, as in the CDAC study. They take the boat to all these positions, map the depth of the lake through sound waves, and then finally decide what the lake is like. As Sikkim was showing us in their presentation, that there was a certain 100 by 100 meter piece in South Lonak Lake prior to the GLOF, which was showing something different from what the rest of the lake was. Gepang Ghat, which is one of the largest lakes in Himachal Pradesh, most risky. It has this growth chart from 1985 to 2024. When explaining all this, Dr. Ashim Sattar suddenly surprised us with some kind of lateral fact giving, and he told us that this lake is so deep that you can put the entire DLF crest towers into the lake and submerge it. So this kind of parallelism that a young professor from IIT Bhubaneswar showed us was something which I thought we must mimic, and we'll always be copying you now. So it's not your copyright anymore. And then he shocked us even more by telling us that the entire length of Lodi Road, that is 2.2 kilometers, is what the length of Gepangat is. So this is a very nice way of bringing to boardrooms and drawing rooms the enormity of the problem. Then Uttarakhand and the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, they went to Vasundhara Tal. They did bathymetry. They figured out that it is not a very, very risky lake, except for the fact that the lateral moraine, which is at a 60-degree slope, could collapse on the lake outlet and then create further issues. This is the bathymetry study they did, IIRS. Then Ladakh got the Panikar Lake visited by GSI and IIRS, and they found that it has an inlet from a lake above it, but the increase in size is enormous. From 13 to 48 hectares in 20 years is a very big increase. It's like 3.5 times. And this is the first lake that has been formally categorized by IIRS and GSI as a Category 2 lake as per CWC's new norms. This was the bathymetry boat that they used. Now the green from the right side to the green line is what it was in 2004. to the pink line, it came up in 2017 and now is 2024. So the increase in size of the lake remains one of the most primary concerns of this one. This is the bathymetry study. GSI, in their excellent presentation, they showed us the what some extra work that they had done on vulnerability. So around the Panikar Lake and the downstream, they defined three terraces. They call them T1, T2, T3. And in T1 and T2, they said bridges and houses and roads and hotels are already there. And T3 are safer sites for evacuation. So essentially, they were telling us that these are the vulnerable areas. See that you don't construct more over here and try to shift people to different places or find some evacuation zones. So, for a scientific organization to start looking at vulnerability is also a very great new thing that we have seen. They reminded us of the sad event 10, 11 years ago of the Chorabari Lake. At the top, it's pre-GLOF. After that, it's after the GLOF, which led to the Kedarnath disaster. So, as Dr. Vatsa said, let's not wake up after the disaster, let's wake up before. So, this is a very stark reminder. This is a photograph we should all keep for all our presentations and possibly start with this one in all our presentations. Arunachal Pradesh, we were initially thinking they would be a bit lax and not be able to move forward with gusto, but they surprised us with 6 detailed visits to lakes, and they came back with a fairly good presentation and quite a detailed understanding of all 6 lakes. They don't seem to have got much support from all of us. This time, we will not let you down, and we will bring GSI, CDAC, and everybody to go up with you to those lakes. These are some of the imageries and the kind of assessments that Arunachal Pradesh did at one of the lakes. Now we come to Sikkim. Sikkim definitely requires a mention of being very fast off the block. They are possibly assuming it's a 100-meter race, which it is. And I just hope that all the states start running this race just like they did. So the big part about Sikkim was that they took this whole thing in a very serious manner, the kind of destruction that has happened in their state. And they started these 16 lakes off on a very good note. So this is the one screenshot I'm showing you. They had one-page PDFs ready for every single one of the 16 lakes they were targeting. And if you see them in detail, it already provides you a fairly detailed assessment of what all is available on paper from geospatial intelligence and whatever else they have. It's all mapped out in advance. Then they went there and they rechecked everything, re-verified, enhanced the size of the lake that they had, and did all else that they had to. So this is the best way to start. As he had mentioned, Dr. Tambe, this was an X-ray that had to be done. And one of the biggest, I think, achievements of what Sikkim has done is that, like we set off in this thing in the last 1 year, to convert scientists into mountaineers and mountaineers into scientists. But we achieved something more. We turned officers into scientists and mountaineers. So we have 2 officers sitting right here. Dr. Sandeep Tambe, who is the secretary of the S&T department in Sikkim, and Madam Namrata Thapa, who is the revenue secretary of Sikkim. So these 2 very senior officers, they went on the trek. They were up there for 20 days. That's where Namrata Thapa was taken hostage for a little while at one of the places. So that is a really good thing. The other officer we found who went up was the DC of Lahaul and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh. He went up to Gepangat. So this is to be encouraged. If an officer leads the thing, it makes things much smoother and much easier. So these are some pictures that our SDC colleague gave us, that the blue line is where the lake was earlier, and the actual lake we can see right now. So the difference between the lake before and after is so stark. It's shown from this map that Sikkim government gave us. So if we can see the top line, outlet before the flood. So the outlet before the flood was 257 meters away from the present outlet. So 250 meters is the amount that is the distance that it has been drained, and the height that has been drained out is 24 meters, three times the height of this room. So exactly what Dr. Sattar was trying to tell us, the Lodi Road example. This is what the Sikkim had just shown us. This is the new equipment that was placed last week on South Lonak Lake. Similar equipment has been tested and cleaned, the one that has been continuing for the last 1 year on the Shakocho Lake. The old monitoring station that was destroyed on South Lonak and the new monitoring station. ITBP also surprised us. We knew that ITBP was outstanding, NDRF was outstanding in their post-disaster work of response and relief. But ITBP surprised us with this map in their presentation, in which they were comparing the retreat of glaciers, taking them from three different sources. And it is good to see that they were doing their own homework, own geospatial homework. So we will also include them in these meetings in a much more intense way so that we can learn from them and they can learn from us. These are maps given by IIT Bhubaneswar, in which the point that was made by Dr. Sattar is that if you make a digital elevation model, a model GLOF, as the one on the left was modeled in 2019 in a published paper, the actual GLOF was almost the same as that. So, if modeling can be actually a successful thing, is an evidence that has been provided here, which is why what was being mentioned as that you need to model how your water and your debris will flow from the North and South Lonak or the Shakocho Lake so that you can decide on the retention dam. These are all brilliant points, these takeaways from this conference, and we are definitely going to work on these in the next year. One last warning that IIT Bhubaneswar left us with was that the problem is slowly shifting from the eastern Himalayas to the Hindu Kush mountains. So right now we assess that Himachal, Uttarakhand, and J&K and Ladakh don't have that serious a problem because their lakes are at 3,500 to 4,500, some at 5,000, whereas the more dangerous ones are in Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. However, the problem is also shifting there because the glacial melt is happening at that site as well. I will not show these, I will speak on these because these pictures have been shown. The two at the top are 2023 pictures of South Lonak, 2024 pictures are below. This is at Shakocho Lake, so the second lake where the NDMA, SDMA, SDC team went last week. They have replaced the system. This is 1 year old picture of the same location, same equipment, and the same equipment has provided this picture on the same day, exactly 1 year later. Those flags are basically the religious ceremony that was conducted before they went there. So we now have proof that you actually went there. Then this is the other end of that lake, not very different except some shadows. That is the same camera. This is the data that was shown by Sikkim. Now, just to show, this is the temperature data. So, on the South Lonak Lake in the last week, in fact, 28th of October to 9th of November, the temperature has been above zero in the daytime and below zero in the evening. So, and slowly it's trending down. So, this is the way one observes from the automated weather station that has been placed there. This time, the team has added from just humidity and temperature monitors, they have added water monitors. So the water monitor is telling us that from 30th October onwards, it's a straight line 5197 meters above sea level. This is the temperature chart at Shakocho, where temperatures were much above zero for the 4 months of summer, and they are now coming down, which is welcome. This was what Dr. Tambe mentioned in his presentation. This is the radiation chart from Shakocho. So when the solar pump people asked him that we want to know what the radiation is there so that we can plan. So there was 1 year and 1 month of readily available data, 6 minutes apart, that was provided to them. So it makes it much easier for them to plan their product. So the side effects and side importance of such things is very, you may not be able to even assess that this is what you are looking for. Then I will not really focus on the Shakocho solar pump. These are all mentioned. Retention dam at Gomachu becomes so much more important now after our discussion on North Lonak also being really dangerous. So that retention dam at Dolma Sampa at Gomachu, I mean, whatever the exact name is so important as you showed that white line over there. And the third one, I wonder why you didn't mention it in your presentation. I have brought your own slides here, is the Guru Gongmar Lake complex. When this flows down, there's a steep drop, and this is the steep drop from the Three Lakes to this. So there you had initially thought that you would put where the red line is, you would put a retention dam there. Maybe my thinking has changed, but even if it's not, you're free to put that project forward. This is what it would look like if it is created. There is a small bridge over there that the ITBP has created. So maybe you can create the retention dam before the bridge or after the bridge. That is something you must discuss with the Army, ITBP, and others. These are the 6 mitigation measures. I will not repeat these. The technology slide that Sikkim had shown, that these are the 6 technologies that are being used for assessments, and they are being used all over in the 6 states by the 5 organizations that are doing it. This is already shown by there is presence of daylight. The blue stuff is basically the daylight. Now comes SAR interferometry. I'm at the second last slide now. In SAR interferometry was introduced to us. I'm sure it has been around for a very long time. However, it was introduced to us at NDMA when SDC presented us that South Lonak Lake prior to the collapse did show signs that the slope could fail. Since then, this year, we received 6 reports in the summer from SDC. Our international cooperation is of great help, in which they have their scientists who have marked out each and every single small area where they see some difference. And they have this is open source Sentinel data that they take, which comes every 12 days. Then they draw out this entire thing from A to point 6, in which they are commenting on each single one of those sections. I'm just making a larger zoom of these. If we can read the last one, there's a slight increase in displacement rate to 2.8 centimeters in 12 days. So SAR interferometry is allowing you to measure that there is an almost 3 centimeter difference in just 12 days in the part which is mentioned as B. So this SAR interferometry is the way for the future. We are going to push this and push this in the next 1 year. It's a very important thing. And these are the SAR images, almost the same as what was shown by Sikkim in their presentation. Extreme surface air temperature 23 and 24 has been highest on Earth. So 25, 26 may just be worse. And daily sea surface temperature in 2023 and 2024 has again been the worst. So both temperatures are rising. They are the highest ever on Earth. These are the problems. And our final slide is on the 9 points that we have collated from this entire 1 year exercise. One, everybody is clear about their role, what we have to do. If it's GSI, he has to look at his slopes. And if it is CWC, he has to look at the water and the glacier. And if it's a state, they own the glacial lake, they have to go forward and mitigate it. The intent, effort, and motivation is very high. All 6 states and UTs have a great sense of motivation, so we are very elated with that. The only problem is that they lack funds. Now that we are getting deep into it, the funds that we've given them is very small and it has to increase. Otherwise, you cannot make retention dams and various other things. Human resources need to be scaled up. Helicopters came up in every discussion that airlifting is such an important thing. And at the end of the day, you have to go to the army, and the army then charges 15 lakhs per sortie or something like that, which becomes difficult for the smaller states. These are the 5 agencies. They may need to scale. And second time I'm mentioning this, that we need 20 lakes each in the next year. Now, the ease of and perfection in survey. So, this is a slightly managerial point that everybody knows how to do a bathymetry, everybody knows how to use an electrical resistivity tomography equipment. So, it's easy to do, it's a machine doing your work, and you do it. But please don't go for the low hanging fruit. Go for it, let the junior scientists do it. You go for the high hanging fruit, that is mitigation, the tough job. If you have to make a retention wall, and there's going to be a debate over it. Please fight that debate. Please win it. Please lose it. But make a decision which is a very informed decision. Cost benefit ratio. So the numbers that come through from the what happened in Sikkim is that 16,000 crores worth of a dam vanished, which was 10% of their GDP. Or sorry, I think how much of that? 10% of the GDP. 60% of your GDP. Okay, so that's like a lot. Now, there are five things to be assessed. Damage to life, we always count. But do we count damage to property? Not as much. Civil infrastructure, we always count. Dam is gone. However, security infrastructure, who's counting that? We need to count the military infrastructure, the security force infrastructure also. And finally, the livelihood. You were mentioning that you lost 90% of your tourist footfalls this year, so which is quite a dangerous number. So these five damages, essentially the loss and damage after a disaster, it is good enough to justify a cost of 400, 500, 600 for a retention dam that will prevent such damage again. Then we need to really bring in the for-profit and the non-profit sector. For-profit with their CSR. There are a lot of organizations in India, they do capacity building for disaster, for climate change. We need to move them on to disaster risk reduction and towards mitigation. They can incubate a large number of startups which can provide these AWS and EWS on these lakes. And the non-profit sector, obviously, for its charitable purposes. Transparency in data, sir, is a very important thing because we see that the Indian Meteorological Department has opened out all its data, and you have granular data available on cyclones, on heat, on precipitation, and wind. However, we need the same to happen on the other agencies like CWC, NRSC, GSI. Because if we don't have open data, researchers cannot research and we can hold back anything sensitive, but otherwise we need to be transparent. And then transboundary issues is something we can always talk about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for brilliantly summing up all our previous sessions. Now, it is my privilege to request Honorable Dr. P.K. Mishra, sir, to kindly deliver the valedictory address. So, please.
Member NDMA, Dr. Krishna Bhatts, Director General, Course Advisor NDMA, Sri Rijvi, eminent speakers and panelists, distinguished participants, representatives of various ministries and states and UTs. At the outset, I would like to compliment the NDMA and the Ministry of Water Resources for organizing this fourth CoDRR workshop on GLOF risk reduction. It's a very timely effort, and as we know, GLOF risk has been there for quite some time though, but it is increasing with the climate change and it might also increase further. As I understand, during the last 1.5 days, All of you have discussed various aspects of GLOF risk reduction, international perspective, India's experiences of other countries, and so on. The discussions on Sikkim glacial lake outburst flood disaster has brought to focus the enormity of the challenge. In fact, the event which occurred last year was a wake-up call for all of us. I remember 12 years ago, that was possibly in 2012, when Dr. Bats and I happened to visit Sikkim. That time there was a lot of concern about GLOF, and as we have seen in some of the presentations, this issue has been addressed for quite some time, but somehow by the NDMA, all the efforts were intensified after the Sikkim disaster. And as all of us know, that GLOF is not merely an issue for a country, it is for neighboring countries, for other countries, and it is something which is a bit different from other disasters in the sense that the glacial lakes are located at very high altitude and sometimes inaccessible areas, so the monitoring becomes more difficult. However, in recent times, with the development of science, technology, and various types of scientific studies, it is possible, as it was pointed out also in the some of the presentation, that it is possible to not only monitor but also to mitigate the effect of a disaster like GLOF risk. Because in fact, when I was asked by NDMA to come for either the inaugural or the valedictory, I thought if I just come for the inaugural or valedictory, it is just coming and saying something, but I will not get the benefit of the research, the experience and expertise of all those galaxy of experts from India and different countries who are there. So I thought that I should be here at least during the final session. So I found it was very worthwhile, the presentation on Sikkim and also the comments of various experts. Even the very comprehensive overview given by Sri Rizvi was very enlightening, and I compliment all of you for this hard work and bringing out several issues and further enabling the NDMA and other agencies to refine their practices and their approaches. I must also thank the international experts who have taken the trouble of coming here and discussing their experiences and expertise. In fact, our journey in this case has been not very easy, as it was mentioned by Dr. Butts and Mr. Rijvi. Initially, when the whole process started, when the core committee was formed, several challenges were there. I am told that there was even some confusion about defining the term of glacial lake outburst and the factors which lead to such things. Because very often what happens, a disaster which takes place And for some time, if there is no such similar disaster, then people forget the lessons learned. And when another time some disaster takes place, whether it is earthquake or particularly those which are not frequent, again we start from the beginning and try to learn from others. So there was some confusion, also some overlapping of the agencies and the data also. Today some mention was made about the data. Uh, Earlier attempts were also there, particularly in the context of the Lonak Lake during 2012 to 2017. But somehow, after some time, the focus was diminished. There was also all the efforts were limited to something like hazard assessment and about the lake size and so on, but very intense analysis of how to mitigate the effect that probably was not done. Of course, there were some issues of technology, issues of scientific knowledge and experience. Responsibility also was diffused, but it is in this context that the recent efforts, particularly last 2 years, made by the National Disaster Management Authority and also others, is extremely relevant and very useful to the system and to the people. A series of meetings have been held, as I was told. There is renewed communication between scientific agencies and states and the researchers. There is also clarity on the delegation of responsibility to various agencies. So, in other words, the three important areas, assessment, monitoring, mitigation, has got some focus. I am also pleased to note that our efforts have resulted in compilation of a dynamic list of approximately 200 high-risk glacial lakes from a total of 7,500 surveyed, and there is categorization also. States were encouraged to conduct expeditions and assess all the A category lakes during the summer of 2024. Notably, the Sikkim team, I am told, visited 17 out of 40 designated lakes, and also the other agencies like the Central Water Commission, GSI, CDAC, and ITBP, they also participated. So this all of the government approach, the collective approach has been very useful. So the planning for mitigation of various types of risk has also been there. Of course, we still have a long way to go. But one thing I would like to emphasize that very often we have the knowledge, we have the awareness also, various approaches, various scientific methods, mitigation plans, they're all worked out and highlighted. But actually, ultimately, the outcome will depend on what actually happens on the ground. And when so many or multiple agencies are involved, and when the areas are also to some extent less accessible, so the actual result on the ground needs to be monitored very carefully. And unless our plans, our strategies are actually put on the ground and practiced and sustained also over time, when a disaster happens, we will not be able to get the benefit of all our efforts. I would like to mention that our Prime Minister has said several times that I quote, disaster risk reduction is not just about responding to disasters, but also about building resilience. So building resilience among the people, among the agencies, and among all those other stakeholders is extremely important. He also emphasizes the best way to deal with disasters is to prevent them, as all of you have talked about prevention, mitigation, preparedness, etc. So, in other words, we must work together across borders and disciplines to create a much safer world. And we need to address this challenge of GLOF disasters, GLOF risk, particularly in the context of climate change, as I mentioned also in the beginning. As we look to the future, it is evident that states, union territories, and others must continue to lead monitoring and mitigation efforts concerning glaciers, glacial lakes, and the efforts must be sustained by the scientific institutions and administrative agencies. Disaster management agencies of the states must also be sensitized more and more on this type of disasters. It also important that this can help safeguarding our water security also, because these lakes provide water in some areas. So this is important not only for mitigating a disaster but also improving our water security. Uh, Finally, I once again compliment all of you for the efforts you have made and the initiative which NDMA has taken. So let us carry forward the momentum. Together we can mitigate the risk associated with glacial lakes and ensure a safer world for the people. I thank all of you for the hard work you have done. And it is not merely in this context, I would like to say that it is not merely the glacial lake outburst, but there are several other disasters which are happening. As it is now well established, the frequency and intensity of disaster has also increased. We need to improve our systems having associated with the disaster management efforts in the country for more than 25 years. I can say that in some areas, particularly cyclone, when I compare some cyclone like the Gujarat, the Kandla cyclone of 1998, and some of the recent cyclones, much has changed. Our early warning system has improved a great deal. The preparedness is much more. In one cyclone in the year I think 1999 or 2000, 10,000 people had died. Same area, recent cyclones, there is hardly any death. So that is because of all the efforts we have made. We are also working on the uh, earthquake disaster mitigation, though still the warning system, we have a long way to go. Similarly, in case of flood, of course, which is more frequent and possibly something has been done, but more needs to be done. This glacial lake outburst is another area where we have to do many things in a collective way. So finally, I wish you all the best for the efforts you have put in. And I also am sure that another few months we'll be able to build a system which can help people and bring about a much safer environment for people living in those difficult areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now we'll hear the closing remarks from the Joint Secretary of the Department of Water Resources, wrapping up the formal proceedings of the workshop. Please.
Good afternoon. Namaskar, sir. Let me introduce I'm Anand Mohan, Joint Secretary in Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Region, Ministry of Jal Shakti. It's a great, heartening, and a very pleasant experience being part of, rather partnering with NDMA and its sister organizations in conducting this workshop. It was 1.5 days. I recall the day, sir, Safi sir, almost a month back, we were discussing and the things were quite sketchy at that point of time. So after that, we evolved the entire set of sessions as well as the presentation, but the majority of the inputs that came from the NDMA, particularly those Honorable Principal Secretary, sir, senior officers from National Disaster Management Authority, NRD, sister organizations, NDRF, NIDM, the states of Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal, Uttarakhand, JNK, and Ladakh, all the distinguished panelist experts who came from countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Costa Rica, Kazakhstan, Switzerland, and particularly a senior officer coming from International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Nepal. We also had the participation from GSI, IRS, and CDAC and ITBP, senior officers from ITBP. Yesterday in the evening session, there were officers from InSpace, a SPB arm for Department of Space, and we have the participation from SSE Ahmedabad. So this happens to be a closing remark. It's not exactly the vote of thanks. So I will be coming out with some exhaustive takeaways from this particular workshop with respect to the Department of Water Resources. And I will be taking up 5-6 points before is it 5-6 points which are of great interest as far as the Department of Water Resources is concerned. The first being where CWC, NDSA, and GSI and NRSC, all four of them have a very close role to play, but obviously it would be led by the CWC. And we would like to coordinate with for preparing the map for the landslide and avalanche zone of the around the periphery of lakes, identified as the critical ones. We will actually go with the inputs based on space analytics. And in order to check the malignancy around that area, we will try to figure out the actual buildup of the mass. So that exercise will be done straight away. The second thing would be around 8,000 critical lakes, glacial lakes are located in the Indian territory. But there are some critical lakes which are on the trans-boundary positions. And we also want to examine those areas, those lakes, particularly with the help of satellite analytics to identify their criticality and accordingly prepare ourselves. So this again has to be done in coordination with CWC and NRSC. The third is the one where we have decided that we will be, so far we have identified 47 projects under which are going to be impacted by the GLOF. So basically these 47 projects are not the exhaustive 47 projects, they are far more than that. So what we intend to do is to basically take out water system installations across these project areas on the glacial lakes from the farthest point, and we want to take the state dam safety organizations on board along with the project authorities of these central PSUs, or for that matter the state PSUs, to identify the projects which may be impacted. Uh, Apart from that, then we have a role to play as far as the person of guidelines GLOF is concerned. And we intend to develop structural measures to mitigate adverse effects of GLOF on hydroelectric projects, particularly by reviewing the design flood. If there is a possibility of retrofitting of pass on that much of flow, we will be thinking of installation of those structures. And if need be, uh, siphoning of the excess water, how to retrofit those structures, and as well as building new dams. So all these I mean, options we will explore, and we'll try to build up a structural standard measures for that. The second part of the guideline setup would be to assess the GLOF specific to a river valley project in the Indo-Himalayan region, and if required, the criteria of risk indexing of the glacial lakes in the Himalayan region based on the inputs from various stakeholders that we will try to do. The, the next area where we are interested is supporting dam owners in preparing the emergency action plans. This is one action which is supposed to be taken up after the enactment of the Dam Safety Act. And NDSA has, National Dam Safety Authority has a big role to play. So they are going to take up this work in a big way for those areas which are going to be impacted with the GLOF. Uh, this is, and as far as the research part is concerned, we have three specific things to conduct here and after. One is to technically support the state authorities for organizing mountaineering expeditions, uh, basically for ground truthing what has been seen from the sky. And the second would be to invite proposals for development of Himalayan Hindukos area, because those areas are going to be the new hotspot as it has been indicated. So assessment of the volume of glacial lakes based on the satellite imageries. And the third would be inviting proposals for mass balance studies of the critical lakes to identify their potential of bursting. Now, these are the R&D which we intend to take up maybe in the next advanced stage of National Hydrology Project, which is right now being planned at the level of the department. So these are the things which we intend to do. Finally, with the permission of the chair, I would like to thank all the participants who came from the states of Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, JNK, and Ladakh. Particularly all the external eminent experts who came from the countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Costa Rica, Kazakhstan, Switzerland, and ICIMOD. The officers and the scientists who came from GSI, IRS, CDAC, IT, SAC Ahmedabad, and space, and officers and senior authorities who came from ITBP. I would like to thank all of them uh, as a joint partners organizer. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before we part for lunch, I would like to request all to kindly come and gather here for a group photograph, please.
आपको तो बढ़िया है। Welcome.
Thank you very much. मुझे बिठा देंगे हाँ
तो क्या पूरा नहीं किया आप?
My time, 19 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I have to make a long layover in Montreal.